Charles Robert Montague. I was called George first, but my parents changed it to Robert. So it's always caused a little confusion. So Robert is the right one.
And you mentioned your parents. Tell us about your father and your mother. Who was your father?
My father was the Earl of Sandwich until 1964, when he had to leave the Commons to go to the House of Lords, his father having died previously, and he then decided to resign. He stood as an independent for South Dorset against the Common Market, and then was not voted back. So he lost his place and didn't want to stay in the House of Lords, and so semi-retired at that point in 1964.
Yeah. So he was the Earl of Sandwich, also Viscount Hinchingbroke?
Also Viscount Hinchingbroke until his father died, yes. Yeah. And you asked me to say something about my mother.
Yes.
My mother was Rosemary Maud Peto, who was an artist, and they separated in 1955 and divorced.
And there are other siblings. We don't need perhaps to ask about
We
those.
were six. In fact, we were seven, but one child died young as a baby, so there were six remaining, of which I was the last number, the baby.
Now, you made, for which we thank you, a statement to the inquiry, INQ 003588, and you'll see it come up on screen to your right, Mr. Montague.
Nothing coming on.
No, just be patient, if you would. It will come up. And looking at the second paragraph, your parents, in fact, separated when you were 5.
That's right.
And am I right in thinking you were born on the 25th of January 1949?
Correct.
And so the separation came when you were 5. And I'm going to ask you, obviously, some sensitive matters, and I understand you're comfortable with that.
Yes.
And did you visit your father at his home during holiday times, which you said were about 4 weeks a year?
He bought the house in 1955.
Which was where?
This was Mapperton House in West Dorset, which is a very beautiful Elizabethan house. And I went there for 2 weeks in the summer, a week at Easter and a week at Christmas.
So about 4
every
weeks
year.
in total.
Yes, until I was probably 16 or 18.
And your mother, would she be present or not? You told us they were separated. But
Yes, they were separated. She never visited, that I recall. She had friends locally. If she wanted to come, she stayed with them. And I don't recall her ever being in my father's house.
Did she live in the local area there?
No, she lived in London, and she had a house in the Isle of Wight, and the rest of my holidays would be spent there.
Yeah. When you went to visit your father at Mapperton, were you the only child of the family who visited?
As far as I know, I was the only child who visited him before breakfast every day.
So are you saying there were other of your siblings in the house at the time?
Oh, yes. Certainly my brother, John, my sister Kate, and my sister Julia, the 3 younger ones, were usually there, but not always.
And did your father have staff?
He had staff, he had a housekeeper and a cook. And in the early days, he had a valet as well.
Now, you mentioned about visiting your father in the mornings. Tell us about that, please.
I don't know whose invitation it was, whether it was my request or my father's, but I used to go in time for the 7:30 news every day, and we would listen to the news for 2 or 3 minutes and then read a story, a nursery story or some such, or he would use a story of his own invention.
Now, this was began, what, age 5 or so?
This regard, as far as I recall, it happened at 6 because he moved in probably at the tail end of 5. So when I was 6.5, probably.
And what you're about to describe to us, you say in your witness statement towards the end of the second paragraph, continued until about the age of 11.
That's right. Shall I speak about that now?
Okay. Of course, yes. I want to ask you about that.
When the story finished after 15 or 20 minutes, from the age of 6.5, he would then take off my pajamas or ask me to take them off, and he would then fondle me all over the body, kiss, stroke, and suck my penis, almost invariably, and sometimes for quite a long time. That went on until I was about 9.5, and at that point he would have me on my front and place a handkerchief over my bottom and then rub his penis between the cheeks of my bottom, sometimes without ejaculation and sometimes with ejaculation. And then...
carry on.
Shall I carry on there?
Please. Yeah.
And then there was one act of full penetration shortly before a skiing holiday when I was 11, just over 11. And that happened in his house in London. We were there for the night before because it was an early start in the morning. And he ran the bath. He then asked me to strip, and we wrestled for a short time. And then he asked me to position myself on the side of the bed with my top half leaning over the bed. And he then put his penis inside me and masturbated, or I don't want to use the word beginning with F, but that's what happened for a few minutes until he ejaculated and then withdrew. And then we had the bath and the evening and met his friends at dinner and so on.
As if nothing had happened.
As if nothing had happened, yes.
Help me with this. The other acts which you summarised for us, were they a daily occurrence when you stayed with your father in Mapperton?
Yes, invariable.
At the same time of day?
Always at that time of day. Sometimes he would ask me to go for a rest with him after lunch, but I always refused that. And I should say there were certain acts that I refused. I refused to touch him with my hands. I refused to kiss him, although he wished me to kiss him. And he would try to pull my hands onto his private parts, and I resisted that as well. So there were small acts of resistance.
And the act which you described to us having taken place before the skiing holiday in your father's London house, was that an isolated instance of that particular sexual act or not? It's
very hard to be sure. I've tried many times to be certain of that. It's the only event that I can be certain of. There may have been other moments, but which I have overlooked in my mind, but that certainly stood out.
Yeah. Now, looking at your paragraph 5, Mr. Montague, you say the abuse led me to believe that I was standing in for my mother. Was this a belief which developed over time after the abuse had come to an end, aged around 11, and we'll come to the reasons why? Or was that a belief that developed during the period in which these acts were taking place?
Again, quite difficult to recall and separate memory, but as I recall it, he very often, when he was stroking me, made comparisons or suggested by the intensity of it that I was almost acting like a woman. And then he would compare me to my mother at other times, and there were moments, and I could perhaps show a picture of how I looked at the time.
Please do. What you're about to show us is a picture which is on the back cover of a book which you wrote over several years but was published in 2014, A Humour of Love. But if you turn the book around, Mr. Montague, there's a picture of you as you were aged...
Age 10.
In school uniform?
Second?
In school uniform, is that?
Yes.
So that's 10, about a year or so before all of this came to an end?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you say in your statement, I also thought I was serving as a prostitute for mercenary reasons, such as presence, and that filled me with self-deprecation. What did you mean by that?
Well, I felt that I was given presents that were rather larger than my siblings. This might have been an exaggeration of my mind, which was pretty self-critical, as you can imagine. But it was my sense that the more willing I was as a victim, then the bigger the gift might be over the weekend or when my birthday came or Christmas. And so it was a mechanism by which I increased my self-criticism, you might say.
May I ask, was there any suggestion from your father that this was, for example, your special secret, that you shouldn't tell anyone? Or were there any threats not to tell anyone?
Extraordinarily, he never asked me to say nothing to anybody. And perhaps that was one of the techniques sometimes that people use, because they feel that it's, by their logic, so consensual that it's unnecessary to ask the victim to say nothing to anyone. I could have done it any time.
Yeah. What about the fact that you were receiving, as you saw it, greater gifts than your siblings? Did that have any effect on whether you might or might not reveal what was going on to others?
Not really. I did feel that I was envied. My position, my special position in regard to my father was quite envied by the other siblings. And there was some teasing over that close connection. He was quite a distant man in many respects, and quite frightening at times. And I think we all lived a little bit in fear of a moment of temper, and so that played a part in becoming more willing.
Now, I'd like to ask you, because of the position that you were in, about the effect on you at that time. And I'm focusing for the moment at the last sentence of your paragraph 5, which goes into page 2, about your attractions.
Yes, it was very difficult to contain the emotions. You can imagine, and you've probably heard much evidence on the subject of how it feels for a child to be put in that adult position. I was always the victim. There was never, in a sense, any compliance on my side. Nevertheless, I was filled with shame and self-disgust, and I thought of killing myself, and I might have done so at 11 if it hadn't been for the fact that God intervened magically, suddenly. Shall I describe that for a moment?
Please.
I was the chorister who did most of the singing in my prep school, and I was the head of the choir, and I was leaving the chapel after a service, and there was nobody else there, and I heard this sudden thunderous voice from the rafters of the church saying, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." And it was a huge reverberant voice, and I couldn't believe the sound, and I looked around to see if someone was playing a prank on me and had rigged up a loudspeaker or something, and nothing was there. So unless you have a strong belief in God, you must assume that I produced it within myself somehow. But it came out of the blue. I didn't feel anything but miserable and self-depreciating. And it stopped me dead from the thoughts of suicide, and I started instead to do little good deeds, singing people to sleep and such. I did have some physical attraction to boys around me, but I fought against it, because I felt that would have been, the devil would have won if I'd allowed myself to go down that route. And I was determined not to do that. So I didn't give in to those impulses. So, yes, that's about it, I think.
You say in paragraph 6, but understandably it led to years of struggle and self-dissatisfaction, and you married early.
Yes, I married quite deliberately early, before I was 21. Wonderfully, I found a girl in Italy when I was 17, and we slowly enjoyed a developing relationship over 2 years, and then eloped. When I was 20 and she was 19, eloped and married in Geneva. And my wonderful wife has been with me ever since. We're just coming up to our 50th wedding anniversary. But if it hadn't been for her, I would most surely have gone in a wrong direction.
Now, let's talk, if we can, Mr. Montague, about how it was discovered and how it came to an end.
Yes.
Aged about 11. You say that you were too ashamed to consider telling anyone until many years after, and wouldn't have done so had it not been for the discovery, which I'm going to ask you to tell us about.
Well, this was the most painful part of it, because, and I'm sure this part is shared with so many, because having been abused, I was then re-abused by the failure of investigation. What happened was that I was sharing a bath with my father, as we always did, unknowns to anybody, at 11, and my sister came with a message that there was a telephone call looking for me, and she shouted out my name. My father responded from the bath, and then I responded, and he was quite annoyed that I had shown that we were in the room together. However, I did. And later my sister and my second sister, older than her by 2 years, Kate, came to interview me in bed while I was trying to get sleep, and asked, you know, how it was that I was sharing a bath with him at 11. And bit by bit they got all the information out of me about what had happened since I was 6 or 7. And they then shared that information with my mother, as a result of which I was interviewed by my mother and my family doctor when I returned to London before going back to school. And I told them very painfully everything that had happened in pretty much the graphic terms of as I've described it to you. That meeting finished, I went back to school, and I was waiting in school for the police to arrive and an investigation to begin, and nothing happened. No. I had no message from anybody within the family about what should happen or was happening. And when I returned at the end of the school term, I realized that there was going to be not only no action taken through the police, but that I would be allowed to go back to my father after a period of being separated. So we went on a family holiday to Greece, didn't see my father during the summer holidays, and then returned to his care as if nothing had happened in the winter, as a result of which he asked to continue the relationship. Not before breakfast, because I made it quite clear I was not going anywhere near him before breakfast, but after lunch, for example. Do come and have a rest, dear boy. And there was no attempt by the family to prevent that happening.
So did you feel defended at all by members of your family, let alone the authorities, but by your family?
Not really. I think sisters were supportive to an extent. And obviously there was an awareness and occasional discussion going on, but no active defence.
No. Can I ask you this, Mr. Montague? 2 words that you have used in your evidence, certainly one of which you use in your witness statements of paragraph 7, when you say, following the cross-examination in your statement, you say, by your sisters, following the discovery in the bath, I was interviewed in London by your mother, by her and our family doctor. The use of the word interview, presumably deliberate, and in evidence you've called it a meeting, and there doesn't sound to be much by way of maternal affection or understanding, or for that matter by the professional who was there. So why did you choose words like that?
It was a bit like the Spanish Inquisition. My mother was disgusted by the news. She couldn't believe it. She didn't want to know about it. And I imagine now that she had discussions with my doctor and with our lawyer and her friends, and decided that it was more important to keep this horrible news from examination by the police, partly in order to protect me, in a sense, thinking that was the best thing to do. But of course, I wanted an examination and the truth to come out, because if it had, my father would have been stopped and there would have been no further victims.
Do you think, apart from further victims, to which we'll come, do you think your mother understood that in doing nothing about it and in allowing you unsupervised access to your father, or he to you, that there was always a risk that it might continue?
I'm not sure if she thought that it might continue. She had various exchanges with him. For me, the ones I overheard were never hot-tempered, but there must have been some hot temper there. But it's as though everyone assumed that I would then take care of myself and keep myself separated. It was rather assumed then that children of 11 and 12 were rather more adult than it is assumed now. We've changed rather over the generation.
And I suspect it's implicit in what you tell us, but you were away at school.
Yes.
So those were the years then, and eventually you wrote, and I think it took you some time to write, the book which you've shown us, Humour of Love, published in 2014. What was the underlying emotion and purpose of writing the book?
I first wrote my first draft of that book when I was 16, sitting in a ruined castle outside Rome, where I'd been taken by a Franciscan priest who wished to abuse me, but I didn't know of that until the first night when he tried to climb into my bed. But I wrote the first draft then and kept it hidden, and the book is really written as though I had finalised it then. And then over the years I've done various other drafts alongside other books that I've published. So the final draft was written in 2013-14, and I felt it was important to establish not only my voice but the multiple voices. So in the book I interviewed in my imagination my father to understand his motivations. I interviewed my mother, I interviewed the doctor, I interviewed the lawyer. Everyone who was involved came under some cross-examination, and I was quite pleased with that effect in the book, and that's the way it came out.
And at the time of publication, your parents had been long dead.
Yes, it was important to me that my parents were no longer around, and also that my family was in such a position that the children were grown, but the grandchildren weren't mature enough to pick up the news in some magazine or newspaper. So it was a window of opportunity, and I think it is for many victims. They have to find this window of opportunity when they feel brave enough, but also when their family fits that moment.
Yes. In the book, you talk about having become vaguely aware at the age of 12 that other boys had been tending your father's bedroom in the morning just as you had done.
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
It was a great shock to me, because I thought I was the one and only love, if you like, in my father's life. But then I discovered, as soon as I had stopped going to his room, that there might be a newspaper boy, or there might be some worker's son from the estate, or some other person. And I became aware of those. I couldn't be sure what was happening. I was too scared at that time to do anything to intervene. But I became aware that there were other children. and then later on, I became more aware of it when my own school friends might be approached, neighbours' sons that I knew could be approached. So it was a slow realization that I was just one in many.
Did you ever come to identify any of the other boys and speak to them in later life?
I have done, yes. Particularly in the years before the publication of the book, I did have discussions with...
I don't want any names, Mr.
No,
Motley,
I will not
but
produce any names, and I don't want to give information that tends in that direction.
To identify, exactly.
But I realised there were at least 10 victims, and I suspect the ones I didn't pursue and ask, there would have been nearer 20, probably.
And among those that you spoke to, did any one of them wish to make any declaration to anybody in authority when they were being abused?
Not one. They were anxious to finish the conversation as quickly as possible. And there were a large number who said, oh yes, he did try, but I wouldn't go along with it.
Now, you speak about going back to school after the meeting and the interview with your mother and the family doctor and waiting for the police to arrive and nothing happened. Did you ever become aware of any police investigation into any offences committed by your father?
No, it came as a great shock to me to hear that there'd been a police investigation in 1972. It was the first I heard of it.
But not in relation to you?
Not in relation to me, no.
And you will have read the material which you have been privy to, which shows that aspects that were taken into account in not prosecuting your father included the fact he was a man of good character and that a caution would suffice. How do you feel about that?
I think that's entirely wrong, and it's very indicative of the attitude at the time towards people in public positions, but in general, some interference with children, well, I mean, so what? It was almost the flavour of the day. It's since changed, but certainly, from my experience, 50s, 60s, even the beginnings of the 70s, people didn't want to know. These were private matters, shouldn't come to public notice, shouldn't be discussed, shouldn't be brought to court.
Now, you are giving us your view, obviously, as somebody who was himself a victim of child sexual abuse. But have you also professionally experience of these matters? Tell us something about your professional work over the years.
Well, having been an importer for most of my career until 1995, when I sold the business, I then retrained as a family therapist, having in mind the experiences I'd had as a child, and also the service, I suppose you could call it, that I provided at Eton to boys who'd suffered in similar ways or were suffering at Eton by being molested by older boys. And so I thought I'll put that to use, and I retrained as a family therapist. Quite an extensive training with use of cameras and video screens and two-way mirrors and reflecting teams behind the screen and so forth. And towards the latter part, families would come in, I would interview them, always with the team behind the screen and so forth. So a very intensive training process. And since then, I worked for the NHS for a while in child and adolescent mental health, and then I practiced privately in Dorset. And I decided to start a trust that would support the NHS, because wherever I worked, there was a one-year waiting list for children. And I felt that it was important to do what I could within the private sector to help at least the local Dorset NHS. And so I formed a group of 15 to 20 therapists, and of which I was one as a family therapist. And we had a management team, and we had all our systems began to get into place, and we started to help first 25 families a year, 50, 75, 100. We're now helping around 250 to 300. And we've also now expanded into other counties, so we're in Wiltshire and Somerset and Hampshire. And for me, it's been a triumph, I suppose you might say, of turning something that happened that was awful into something that was bringing good, and helping lots of kids who might not have received any attention otherwise, each in its own way, adding a little bit. And there was certainly an element of feeling that I was kind of repaying a debt that my father owed to the community for the sins that he committed over time. And that's been a sort of background aspect to it.
Yeah. So against all of that, your personal and your professional experiences, just focusing on what you had to say in paragraph 16 of your statement, let me ask you a general question. What steps, Mr. Montague, do you consider should be taken or could be taken, drawing on all of those experiences, to reduce the risk of child sexual abuse allegations not being taken seriously, not just by the public authorities, but in your instance, the family, or powerful people being treated with deference when such allegations are being made?
I think it's essential to bring into effect a new law which imposes a mandatory reporting, certainly within institutions such as schools. That should have been in place long since. But also I'd like to see mandatory law in the domestic setting as well. I don't think it's right that, let's say, a mother can know positively of the abuse sexually of one of her children or all of her children by her partner or husband. I don't see how we can tolerate that should continue unreported. Of course there are extenuating circumstances, and mothers can feel threatened sometimes with their lives by declaring anything, but we must protect our children from sexual abuse, and it's vital that we bring these perpetrators to justice, and they're put in prison, treated, and not left just to come out untreated. We have to go down that path, and it has happened in certain places such as Australia, in some, I think, Victoria County, and it's had the result that 4 times as many allegations are coming forward and being investigated, and an appropriate number of perpetrators have been brought to justice. And it seems to me an irresistible argument that that should come about. And I hope this investigation will make those recommendations. And I would like to thank the chair and the panel and everyone here for doing what you are doing, because it's vitally important to our law and our country that this investigation proceeds the way it is.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Montague, and those are in fact all of my questions. I'll see if the chair and members of the panel have any questions for you.
No, we have no questions. I'd like to thank you very much for coming here. We're grateful for your evidence today, Mr. Montague. Thank you.
Yes, I echo that. Thank you very much, Mr. Montague. Chair, the next witness is Brian Collins.
Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the
and
truth.
nothing but the truth.
Sit down, Mr. Collins, please. Give us your name, please.
Brian Collins.
Mr. Collins, tell us something, please, about yourself. Were you in the police force?
I was, yes.
And when did you start? Do you remember?
1962.
Can I ask you to sit a little forward so the microphones can pick up your voice?
1962.
That's better. And did you serve for many years in uniform in the police force?
I did, yes, as a PC and a sergeant.
You became a sergeant. And did you join in due course as a sergeant what was known as the Obscene Publications Team?
Yes, I did.
In or about 1974?
Yes.
And what was the essence of your role in the Obscene Publications Team when you joined?
To
What were you investigating?
involve yourself in the production and sale of pornography.
And why were you brought onto that team?
Because I was an honest policeman, and there'd been a lot of dishonest policemen in the Obscene Publication Squad for many years. It had come on top of them eventually, and John Smith, or Sir John Smith, knew me. I'd served with him before, and he needed to put trusted men around him.
Yeah. You're talking about corruption, and what type of corruption had there been? Had it been a noble cause type of corruption, framing people, or was it taking money?
Taking money.
Now, I'm going to ask you about a number of discrete matters, please, Mr. Collins. And you made a statement, well, you've made a few statements, but one in 2015, which I'd ask you to look at to help refresh your memory. It's found behind tab 3 of our bundle. It's IPC 000520. And I hope you've had an opportunity to read it. I suspect, but I don't know. Have you got tab 3? Tab 3, left hand.
Well, I'm turning at 3.
Yeah.
Yes.
And hopefully there's a handwritten statement behind
Oh, there is.
tab
Yes.
3, dated the 20th of October 2015.
That's it.
Was that your handwriting or somebody else's?
No, somebody else's.
Yeah. But I think it's fairly legible. Unhappily, I don't think we have a typewritten version of it. But the first thing I want to ask you about, please, is a visit to a youth at Feltham, Borstal, as I think it would have been in the 1970s, with an officer by the name of Jim Donnelly, as a result of information received. And you deal with that on the first and second page of the statement that we are looking at. What do you remember about that?
Well, first of all, I ought to say I've seen a statement from Jim Donnelly, who said he wasn't with me at that time. I'm not surprised. I think it was another officer, Graham Rogers, who was actually with me.
All right, so
So
not Jim Donnelly,
not Jim
you've made a
Donnelly, it
mistake,
was
Graham
someone
Roberts.
else.
Fine.
And I don't know where the information came from, but we went to see the young man who made various allegations against, well, various people.
Right.
He was essentially a rent boy, and these people were his clients.
Right. Can we just look at what you recall this youth actually saying to you, and let's just pick up perhaps from what you said in the witness statement to get some detail, Mr. Collins. It's on the first page, it's the final paragraph, and do you agree that in October 2015, this is what you had to say, that in the late 70s, a boy had reported information about something that fell within our remit? Yes?
Yes.
So we arranged to visit him at Feltham Young Offenders. We worked in pairs, and a colleague, Jim Donnelly, but you've just corrected that, it should have been Graham Roberts, I think you told us, a PC in A3. And pausing there, what was A3?
That was the Obscene Publications Department.
Came with me to visit the boy. Arrangements were made by telephone to visit the boy. At the time, we would have known the boy's name and why he was held at Feltham, turning over to the top of the second page. When we visited the boy, he was on his own, and I can't recall when we visited. I can only describe him as a young lad. We were with the boy for some time, but I can't say how long. The boy stated that he was a rent boy and had gone to a hotel with Cyril Smith. So in October 2015, it was an allegation about Cyril Smith. Do you remember that now?
Yes, I do.
They didn't have full sex that day as Smith got cramp, is what the boy told you. He also spoke of a second MP that he visited. He didn't know his name, but he described him in a particular way and told you he was an MP. Did the boy also speak, according to what you had to say in this statement in October 2015, about a boy who had been killed and that his body had been put in a skip and a police officer was involved?
Yes, it did.
And again, just helping you refresh your memory from what you said a few years ago, the boy explains that when he met Smith, it was possibly a hotel. Smith carried with him a small case containing a Boy Scout's uniform. The boy laughed so much that it made us laugh. I think at the time the boy didn't initially know who Cyril Smith was, and he spoke of orgies and places that these people met in a barn. You said you didn't discuss how the boy came about being a rent boy or why. It was just not discussed then. And then you add, when you returned to the police station, you spoke to John Smith,
Yes.
and presumably passed on to him what you've just been told.
Yes.
And in the statement, and we can summarise matters, you said you imagined, and this is at the foot of the second page, you imagined that a chief superintendent of C1, a department you called C1, taking over the investigation. What was C1?
That was the main department of the CID.
And did you assume that there had been a handover between John Smith, who was then the commanding officer, and the chief superintendent of C1?
Yes.
Did you recall returning to see that boy a second occasion at Feltham?
I returned there with John Smith.
With John Smith. And during the course of that second visit, do you remember anything further being discussed about what he had told you the first time about Cyril Smith?
No, I can't remember anything
Well,
further.
was that the topic of conversation?
That was the main topic of
Yeah.
conversation, yes.
Now, did you remember going along to see the Chief Superintendent of Department C1 with a colleague of yours, a detective constable by the name of Atkins,
Yes,
who has since died?
yes,
Because you and I think Mr. Atkins had tried to search or research the general registry for files on Cyril Smith, but you found nothing.
that's right.
And I'm simply picking this up from your statement just to shorten matters. And when you saw the Chief Superintendent of C1, did he say that he would bet that you both would have found nothing and then held up a red file?
Yes, his words were, I bet you didn't find this one.
Yeah. And did he show you what was inside the red file?
Yes,
What was inside it?
it was an allegation against Cyril Smith for indecent assault on a 9-year-old boy
In Rochdale?
in Rochdale.
Yeah. And I think, again, picking this up from the statement you made, was there another occasion when you recalled being outside the same Chief Superintendent's office in company with Mr. Atkins, hearing an argument between that Chief Superintendent and a commander?
Yes, that was actually the time when we were shown the
Yeah. It was,
file.
it was the time you were shown the file.
Yes, that time. Yeah.
Was it after you'd been shown the file or before?
No, before.
Before, and what was the nature of the argument?
Well, we heard the Chief Superintendent say, or shout, because we were sitting outside waiting to go and see him. And he shouted, but you can't because we've got him banged to rights.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the reply was from the commander. I can't say what it was.
No.
They could have been talking about anything, but we believed he was talking about what we were
Because it was
called
then.
down there for, because it was a continuation of Cyril Smith.
Yeah. What you did recall when you made the October 2015 statement is you and Mr. Atkins had nothing more to do with that investigation.
No, we didn't.
How long after you had visited the boy the first and second time was this argument between the Chief Superintendent and the Commander? Days, weeks?
Probably weeks. It was weeks. It wouldn't be days.
Now, when you were asked about it, you said you couldn't recall the name of the boy you visited. Do you remember?
I couldn't recall when
No.
I was asked. I know it now, but
Yeah.
I didn't know then.
You've since, of course, been asked by this inquiry to look at a witness statement and some other material relating to an officer, a retired officer, but then an officer by the name of Paul Falston, who was an officer of Thames Valley Police. Is
I
that
have.
right?
I have, yes.
And he visited another boy at Feltham whose name is ciphered, so we're not revealing his name, but that visit was on the 19th of May 1976. All right, we've heard that evidence and you've seen it. And did you later become aware of a television programme in which Mr. Falston appeared talking about visiting a boy at Feltham?
I don't know anything about this man Falston.
No.
I never met him or spoke to him, and I can't remember a television programme. No.
All right. But be that as it may, the boy who you saw, if I provide his name, let's see if it rings any bells. Was it an Andre Thorne? Do you remember that name, Andre Thorne?
I don't even remember the name of the boy, but that was seeing
Yeah.
a newspaper cutting.
Yeah.
That sort of jogged a memory. I think he was the same person.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we know that that's not the same boy that Paul Falston saw on the 19th of May 1976. Now, let me ask you this. We know that Andre Thorne withdrew his allegations, certainly against the second MP that he named to you during the course of the first visit. And those allegations were withdrawn by him on the 18th of May 1976, the day before Mr. Falston visited another boy with a Sergeant Vallis of Thames Valley Police. Now, did you know any of that?
No.
Did you know that Thorne had very publicly withdrawn his allegations against the second MP? Did you discover that at all at the time?
No, I'm surprised at that because he had some evidence against that man
And against,
that we checked.
yeah, and against Smith?
No, in relation to the second MP.
Yes. And you say you checked the
We
information?
checked some information that he gave us
Yeah.
initially because you want to try and find out if somebody's telling you the truth about anything. and it checked out.
Right. I don't want the MP's name, but what was the nature of the information he gave you without identifying him,
It
please?
was a location of a barn,
Yeah.
and I'm not certain, but I think it was Feltham
Right.
somewhere. I can't
But
remember.
so it was a
Farnham,
location of
Farnham.
a place.
Farnham. It
Farnham.
was a location where an orgy had taken place between a number of men.
Right. And so some of the information Thorne had given you was checked out,
Yes.
but on the 18th of May, it was reported that Thorne had withdrawn the allegations he made against that MP, but you didn't know that at the
I didn't
time.
know that, no.
On the 21st of May of 1976, so a few days later, did you know, or did anybody tell you, that Thorne produced an affidavit saying that the allegations he had made about Smith were also lies? Did you know that?
I know nothing of that.
And 2 days after that, on the 23rd of May 1976, he made a public apology in the national press and admitted in a Sunday People article, and you'll have seen that, I suspect, Mr. Collins, that he had made up the allegations. And let's see if we can put that up on screen. So depart from your witness statement for the moment. Tab 21, if you would. And if we can put up on screen, please, OHY 005110. You see that?
Yes, I
Sunday
do.
People front page.
Yeah.
I lied about that blue film. We understand the date of this was the 23rd of May 1976. And if we go over the page to tab 22, we can put up on screen INQ 004199. You may have wondered what this was all about.
Yeah.
It's another article in another newspaper. It was one of several, but we've just picked a couple. South Africans asked how Liberals could be smeared, Colonel says, and this relates to it's an article by Michael Horsnell, documented evidence which is his claim provides proof of plans by the South African Security Service to smear the Liberal Party is expected to be disclosed to the House of Commons today by Mr. David Steele, someone, in fact, who we've heard from in this investigation, the leading contender in the party's leadership race, so that dates it to around 1976. The evidence was given to Mr. Steele during the weekend by Lieutenant Colonel Frederick Cheeseman, who describes himself as a former intelligence officer in the United States Air Force. Colonel Cheeseman told Mr. Steele that he has seen 15 dossiers on prominent Liberals at the headquarters of the Bureau of State Security BOSS in Pretoria. They included a massive detail about Jeremy Thorpe and Cyril Smith and Richard Wainwright and possibly Mr. Steele, according to a prominent Liberal Party official last night. And if we just turn the page, for which I apologise, you probably need a magnifying glass for this, but if we can put it up on screen, it's INQ 004200. By which I mean tab 23. Let's see if we can zoom in on this a bit better. Yeah. Yard officers investigate blue film allegation, and I'm going to tell you what this is about in a moment. By Stuart Tendler, the South African government last night strenuously denied newspaper allegations that a diplomat had tried to smear a British politician by obtaining and incriminating blue film. That's all we need. There's more to it, but I'm not going to bother reading it. The situation appears to be this, that Andre Thorne had offered his story, which included allegations about Cyril Smith, to South African intelligence services to be used in a smear campaign of the Liberal Party because of their anti-apartheid views. Did you know anything about that?
Nothing at all.
And what he also said was that he had lied about, because part of the story that he was peddling had been the existence of a so-called pornographic or blue film, hence the headline, "I lied about blue film," which included prominent politicians engaged in acts of sexual abuse with children. Had you ever heard of that before?
No.
And I take it at the time you never saw these news articles?
No, I didn't. Well, if I did, I can't remember them.
No. On the 28th of May of 1976, as a matter of history, he withdrew his allegations about Smith in a statement under caution. And both the affidavit, which I told you about a little earlier, and the statement under caution were seen by Operation Conifer. And you've heard about Operation Conifer.
I've heard of it, yes.
If we go, please, in your divider 6, and if we can put up on screen the Operation Conifer closing report, which is IPC 000861. And first of all, at paragraph 6 on page 2. And this was in relation, you see, Mr. Collins, and you've had access to this, I don't know if you've read it, but this was in relation to what you told Operation Conifer about the visit to this boy in Feltham. Hence this operation and investigation into it under the auspices of Winterkey. And paragraph 6 reads, during the course of this investigation, it was established that there was a secret file in existence which related to sexual offences alleged to have been committed by Cyril Smith MP and somebody that we have ciphered as WM F26, which is the second MP that he named. This file has been viewed by Operation Winterkey investigators, contains details of a C1 investigation into the same allegations made by, which Mr. Collins has referred to. Checks revealed that a detective commander and a detective chief superintendent, both of C1, were in charge of this investigation. Efforts were made to trace the two retired officers through pensions branch. One was 93 at the time, didn't reply to the letter, decided not to pursue the line of inquiry, and the pension branch had no trace of the detective chief superintendent, tending to indicate that he was deceased, and if not, would have been 92. And then please, if we turn to page 8 of this document, and if you go please to page 8 at the top. And this is in relation, we see at the top, to Andre Thorne. Paragraph 38. Andre Thorne withdrew his allegation against, and we've got the ciphered name of the second MP, by a statement to the police on the 18th of May 1976, so this is where my information comes from. On the 21st of May 1976, Andre Thorne provided an affidavit which stated his allegations against Cyril Smith were lies. On the 23rd of May, Thorne made a public apology in the national press, admitted in a published Sunday People article on the 23rd of May 76 that he made up the allegations, copy of the relevant newspaper article obtained from the British Library. Article contains an interview with Thorne in which he describes how he lied to both the police and a reporter from the Guardian newspaper about the alleged existence of a film which had included prominent politicians engaged in sex acts with children. It was headline news entitled, and this is what we looked at, "I lied about that blue film." It has been confirmed that Andre Thorne is deceased. And with regards to Cyril Smith, he withdrew his allegations via a statement under caution to police on the 28th of May 1976. The withdrawal statements and affidavits are contained in the secret file. And if we look, please, within the same document to page 10, paragraphs 53 and 54, you'll see, contrary to your understanding at the time, Mr. Collins, that as far as this investigation, Operation Conifer, under the auspices of Winterkey is concerned, it's been established that there was an investigation into Andre Thorne's allegations. Because of its secret classification, it's unlikely that Mr. Collins would have been notified of the outcome. Having reviewed all available documentation, including the affidavit written by Thorne, there's no evidence that it may be considered would support any allegations of misconduct. And 54, because of Andre Thorne's retraction of his allegations, C1 closed their investigations as NFA, no further action. And as this closing report suggests, I take it none of that was ever told to you at the time?
No.
No. There's a further twist to this story, the story of Andre Thorne. And let's see if we can complete that before we break. If you go to tab 18, please, and can we put up on screen MPS 002898. Have you read this statement, Mr. Collins? Did you have an opportunity of reading this statement?
I've had a chance to
Yeah.
go through this, but not in detail.
No, of course not.
in detail.
Nobody would expect that. It's dated the 20th of October 2017, and it's authored by Detective Chief Inspector Glenn Lloyd of the Metropolitan Police. And let me summarise it for you without going into it. The file into Andre Thorne's allegations was originally registered on the 18th of May 1976, which happens to be the day before Mr. Falston and Mr. Vallis visited another boy at Feltham. And the file relates to allegations. If you look at the third paragraph, the one with the blacked out redaction, the file relates to allegations of a film involving members of Parliament. Mr. Andre Thorne was the principal character in relation to this investigation, which concerned allegations of blackmail. The file also shows that the Metropolitan Police undertook an investigation in 1976 into the allegations, in the course of which Cyril Smith's solicitor told the investigating officers about the 1970 Lancashire police investigation and the fact that the DPP had advised that no further action be taken. Pausing there, did you know anything about the 1970s Lancashire police investigation into Cyril Smith?
No.
Or that the DPP at of the day had advised no prosecution of him?
No, I didn't.
And what had happened is, if we look at the final paragraph in this statement, on the 18th of May 1976, Cyril Smith's solicitor telephoned the Metropolitan Police Service requesting an interview with a police officer, as he had reason to believe that his client was the relevant Member of Parliament, which had been referred to by the media at the time in connection with the allegations concerning the film. And it appears that Smith attended on the 18th of May 1976 for an interview which took place in the presence of his solicitor, and Smith provided a written statement in which he denied knowing Andre Thorne and entirely repudiated Mr. Thorne's allegations. And the solicitor gave further information to the Metropolitan Police about the Lancashire investigation, it appears, in a further phone call. what happened, Mr. Collins, and if we went back to the Conifer report, I think we would find this, but in due course, Thorne was charged with and pleaded guilty to offences of blackmail, theft, and handling stolen goods. And I assume you knew nothing of that either.
No, I didn't. No.
In fact, I'm wrong. I'm not sure it's in Conifer. We can see that at the bottom of Mr. Lloyd's statements. The final paragraph, Andre Thorne pleaded guilty to and was convicted of blackmail, theft, and handling. And so we have, on the face of it, something of a coincidence, possibly. We've got two boys who were clearly at Feltham at the same time. Andre Thorne, who you saw, Paul Falston and Mr. Vallis, who seeing another boy entirely different, WMA12. Both of them making similar allegations or allegations of child sexual abuse about Cyril Smith, and in the case of the boy you saw, in relation to another MP. That appears to be the case, doesn't it, Mr. Collins, from everything you've read and you have heard, except in the case of Thorne, he said, I said these things to the officers, but I was lying about them. And have you read in relation to what happened in relation to the Falston boy?
I know nothing about that.
No, I know, but did you read, because that's all been disclosed to you, did you have a read of it?
Of it in here,
Yeah.
some of it, yes.
Because he, more recently, has denied ever saying such a thing
Wow.
to the police who saw him. But you knew none of this at the time.
I didn't.
So you didn't even know at the time that Thames Valley Police had visited another boy who was making allegations of child sexual abuse about Smith?
No.
No. Can I ask you this? Were you aware of Special Branch having any interest in anyone who was in custody in Feltham at that time?
No.
Well, thank you, Mr. Collins. I think that's all I'm going to ask you on that topic. I'm going to come to a few other topics. It's almost 11:15 when the chair and panel have their break. So if I suggest we rise now and return about 11:30, please. Thank you. Mr. Collins, back to your witness statement, if we can, please. Tab 3, IPC 000520 at page 4. Just over a third down the page, did you recall working on the obscene publications squad when, as a result of an article in the News of the World, you commenced an investigation into the paedophile information exchange, PI?
Yes.
And did the investigation focus on, amongst others, Tom O'Carroll?
Yes, he was the initiator and organiser of PI.
And I want just to ask you about some of the investigations you undertook, again with Dave Atkins, is that correct? He
Yes.
was your partner. Were you able to go through a list of the members of PI?
Yes.
Where did you get the list from?
I really can't remember where it came from.
But it was a list of names.
There was a list of names and addresses of members of PI.
Yeah. And did you select individuals to interview up
Yeah.
and down the country?
Yes.
Not all of them, but some of them.
A selection, yes.
So was it just a random selection?
Well, we had a lot of letters and correspondence, photographs that these people had had, and we selected about a dozen that were probably the worst.
The worst?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
The degree of photograph or desire in connection with sexual activity with children.
How did you discover those aspects or those characteristics of the individuals you selected?
From their own correspondence with Pi.
I see.
Yeah.
Does that mean that you had access to Magpie, their publication, as well as any other newsletters or
Yes,
documentation?
Yes, we did.
Had there been a raid on their office or offices?
I really just cannot remember where we got all the paperwork from.
Yeah.
I just can't remember.
But you did. And having access to that, including the list of members and for the reasons you've given, you selected, so it was less random, more targeted at the worst individuals.
Yes.
And it was through these investigations that you began to put a case together, particularly against Tom O'Carroll.
Yes.
Ultimately for conspiracy to corrupt public morals.
Yes.
Now, of the persons that you interviewed, was one of them, one of the names that you came across as a member of Pi, a Peter Henderson?
Yes.
And did you track this Peter Henderson down to what you describe 3 lines up from the bottom of page 4 as an almost empty flat?
Yes, in Notting Hill.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It was in Linden Gardens. It's been perhaps oversensitively redacted here, but we can find elsewhere the flat was actually in Linden Gardens in the Notting Hill area.
Yes.
And did you make your way to that flat, or did you see Peter Henderson by appointment? How did it work?
We went to the Linden Gardens at first and couldn't get in. There was nobody in. We went away for a while, came back again, and the place was still locked up. But while we were there, Henderson, as we knew him at that time, arrived with a locksmith. Apparently he'd had some difficulty with the lock himself and couldn't get in. So he arrived while we were there. And that's, of course, we went in.
Yeah. And did you, at that point, sit him down and interview him?
Yes.
And take a statement from him?
Took a short statement from him as a member of Pi.
Yeah. Would that have been a formal witness statement?
Yes.
And the statement was in the name of Henderson?
Yes, Peter Henderson.
And did he reveal to you who he actually was?
No.
And did he give any indication at all that Peter Henderson was not his proper name?
No.
Now, there was a search of the flat at Linden Gardens, in particular, I think, a wardrobe or wardrobes, where around 45 diaries, each of a couple of 100 pages each, were discovered. Was that during this visit or another visit?
Yes,
This visit?
yes, it was locked up, but we opened it.
In his presence?
In his presence.
And did he consent to it, as you remember now?
Yes.
And without putting too fine a point on it, did these diaries contain his description of just about every sexual deviancy you could think of?
And some I couldn't think of, yes.
Yeah. As well as, again, without describing them too closely, what I call a number of trophy items that he'd received.
He had a great deal of them pinned or affixed to the back and sides of the wardrobe.
Right. So those were the diaries. Were they all taken away and taken to the police
Yes.
station? Where were you working out of at that point?
Scotland Yard.
But which what, Scotland Yard itself or any particular police station?
No, out of Scotland
Out of the yard
That's
itself.
where our offices were.
Yeah. Now, did you also become aware sometime afterwards that property had been found on a bus
Yes.
as well as in a park?
I can't remember that, but I know it was found in a park, but I don't remember knowing anything about that at the time. The
No.
stuff that was found on the bus was somewhere on A Division, and because of the content of the material, they decided to send it to the Obscene Publications Department.
So material was found on a bus. You say in A Division. What does that mean?
Well, that's
District.
around Westminster.
Yeah. Was it in a briefcase or in some other
Yes,
container?
briefcase.
And it was because of the content, which was what, obscene.
There was obscene material and details which identified Henderson
As Peter Hayman.
as Sir Peter Heyman.
Did you actually see the material yourself?
No,
Who did it go to?
somebody dealt with it in the office, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All I got was that, look, this is your man, Henderson. So,
In this statement that you made in 2015, as you know, if you look at the top of page 5, you say, and in a park in London that related to pornography in the name of Henderson. So certainly in 2015 you recalled that it wasn't just one finding, there were two, one on a bus and one in a London park.
yes.
And there is support for that, Mr. Collins, not least if we depart from your statement to tab 15, and I'll put this up on the screen as well, CPS 004445, all of which is to be adduced. Just go to the front page of that, if you would, Mr. Collins, for the moment, immediately behind tab 15, and I'll wait for it to go up on the screen. I don't think you're at the front page of it. The very front, the very first page
No,
is
you
what
can't
There we are.
see anything.
No, wait. You've got the front page.
Yes,
It's up on screen now. If you look to your right, you'll see the same document is on the screen. And if you look at it, there are a couple of things we get from it. First of all, it's a report, Hayman and others, is that right?
yes,
And in the bottom right-hand corner, Obscene Publications Department, P.S. Collins, P.C. Atkins. So this is your report.
yes,
And there's a stamp on the top of it, received by the DPP's department on the 7th of December 1978.
yes.
All right, so it dates it for us. And if you please look on the second page, which is the first page of the text of your report. Do you see that? Have you
Yes,
got that?
I've got, yeah.
And you look at paragraph 2, you'll see the numbering is, there's a slightly wide margin. Well, let's start with paragraph 1. With reference to the above quoted registry folio, this refers to a quantity of obscene photographs and correspondence which had been sent through the post to a Peter Henderson of 95 Linden Gardens. These items were found on a bus on the 21st of March 1978 by a member of the public and handed to police. So this report, I think in part, but not completely, relates to items found on the bus, which suggests that you must have seen them at some point, don't you
Yes,
think?
well, I imagine so, but I can't remember
No,
actually
no.
standing there looking at them.
No, well, don't please worry about that. Nobody would expect it after all these years. And if we go over, please, to page 5 of this same report, and paragraph 13 at the top. And putting this in context, at paragraph 12, I'm sorry if it means the evidence handler is jumping around, but paragraph 12, we have to start at the foot of page 4. You date the Linden Gardens search as being the 2nd of October 1978. When Heyman arrived during the search of the flat, it was obvious he was not who he claimed he was. He admitted all the items in the wardrobe were his. He'd been engaged for many years in exchanging obscenities through the post with others, made a short statement under caution regarding his association with Pi, but this is of little value to this report. There was nothing to suggest, and perhaps a word is missing, left the premises. Heyman signed a disclaimer for all the property found in the wardrobe, and then this paragraph 13. So it puts in context not only what happened, but when. A few weeks later, so clearly after the search of his flat and when he made a statement under caution to you, and many months after the bus finding in the March, so a few weeks later, so this is clearly after October, a briefcase containing various obscene writings and photographs was found and handed into police. These articles were identical to those found in Heyman's sex records and other correspondence, then showed his true identity, and Exhibit RB1 refers to the finding of the briefcase. Now, did you understand that what you were talking about there was the reference to items which had been found in a park, St James's Park?
Yes.
This is a long shot, Mr. Collins, but do you recall that the material from the park finding, and I think it was the Royal Parks Police who had found yet another briefcase with items in it, that the material included photographs of boys aged around 8 to 11 in their underwear? Does that ring any bells with you?
No.
If we look, please, at one of the other closing reports, IOPC reports that you've been asked to look at. It's IPC 000510, and you will find it in your file in tab 5. If we go to the second page of that, internal page 1, but the second page under the inquiry reference, this is Operation Hesper. Paragraph 1, during the 1970s, within the grounds of St James's Park, an officer from the Royal Parks Police, John Hooper, together with 2 dog handlers from the Metropolitan Police, conducted a sweep of an area in the park, found a hardback leather briefcase. The officers seized the briefcase, took it to a police building to examine the contents and establish ownership. Documents were apparently found in the briefcase in the name of Sir Peter Heyman. Also found were envelopes containing black and white photographs of boys aged 8 to 11 years dressed only in their Y-fronts. Does any of that come back to you now?
No.
It doesn't. Okay. And if you look on the next page, page 3, there's more detail of the same. And if you go to paragraph 9, 7 and 8 effectively repeats what I've just read. But paragraph 9, unaware of who Sir Peter Heyman was, the officers completed a check on the name, realised he was the Queen's High Commissioner to Canada. Arriving at Cannon Row, Hooper spoke to a sergeant about the items that had been found. The supervisor took the briefcase from the officers and apparently said, "Keep your gob shut and don't say anything." Did you know John Hooper?
No.
Didn't mean anything either.
No.
And then if we turn on, please, to inquiry page 6, internal page 5, under conclusion, paragraph 25. John Hooper has provided 2 statements to the investigating officers, neither of which highlights any criminality nor any evidence of corruption. In the first statement, Hooper states that he saw 3 photos. None of the boys in the photos were naked. All were wearing white Y-front pants, and none was engaged in sexual activity nor appeared, on Hooper's assessment, to be scared or under duress. It's acknowledged that Hooper's recollection doesn't mean the children weren't victims of abuse, but without more, his assessment must be considered as subjective, but potentially significant. The briefcase and its contents haven't been located. However, Hooper's statement is partly supported by a statement obtained in Operation Magnolia, and that relates to you, Mr. Collins. This relates to property connected to Hayman that was found on a London bus. A former police officer, Brian Collins, misspelling your name, who worked on the obscene publications team in the late 70s, refers to a briefcase found in a park that contained pornography linked to diplomat Sir Peter Hayman. Brian Collins made a statement in which he indicates that documents were passed to his team, and it's possible that these are the same documents Hooper is referring to. This was a matter linked to the paedophile information exchange. During his investigation, Collins realised that Peter Henderson was in actual fact Sir Peter Hayman. Hayman received a caution in relation to this matter. This is corroborated by a letter sent to the Director of Public Prosecutions by the Assistant Commissioner, stating Henderson, in brackets Sir Peter Hayman, who, having been cautioned, disclaimed all property. And so there is the appearance, Mr. Collins, that there were 2 incidents where it so happened, separated by several months, between March and sometime after October 1978, when obscene materials were found in a briefcase on a London bus in A Division, you tell us, and also items were picked up by Royal Parks Police in St James's Park, containing items in particular, including photographs of semi-naked boys aged 8 to 11. But sitting there right now, you can't remember so much about that, but you clearly mention it in your witness statement that there were 2 incidents. All right. Now, did you put a case together against Hayman as well as Pye? Were these 2 investigations happening at the same time, or were they investigations which were running in parallel?
Well, it was at the same time, but they weren't connected in that sense. I dealt with Hayman and I was dealing with Pye, which Pye being the most important.
Yeah.
But they were both happening at the same time and
Right.
were connected in that.
Yeah.
Hayman was a member of Pye,
Mm-hmm.
and as he was one of those that we'd selected to interview, it was possible, of course, that we would have used him initially anyway as a witness against Pye, which we did with several of the other people that we interviewed. We used those as witnesses in the trial against O'Carroll.
Now, speaking of O'Carroll, he was tried, am I right, in 1981, but there was a disagreement, a jury disagreement, and was he retried in March 1981 and convicted?
He was convicted.
I think it was on a retrial, the 13th of March 1981, and he was convicted of conspiracy to corrupt public morals
He was.
and sentenced, I think, to 2 years in
2
prison.
years in prison.
Yeah. Were there co-defendants in that trial?
No.
Were there co-defendants in the original trial?
To be honest, I'm surprised you're saying that to me. I don't remember there being second, a two-trial job.
All right.
Was it?
That's the information that
Yes.
we have.
If you've got the paperwork, you'll know, but 40 years ago, I can't remember, to be honest.
Do you remember the names of two men in particular, Wardell and Sewell?
I remember Wardell, particularly.
And was he anything to do with Pye, or was he a correspondent with Hayman?
Well, he was a member of Pye, and he was a correspondent with Hayman.
And the same Sewell?
And
Was that-
Sewell, I remember the name, but I can't remember the details.
Can you look, please, behind your tab 4? You saw me mention Operation Magnolia, and this is the third of the 3 closing reports which are relevant to your information. And if you go to page 4 of it, please, it's IPC 000514, at paragraph 20. I'll wait for it to come up on the screen. During the course of Collins' investigations into Hayman, he established a link between Hayman and another known Pye member, Robert Bryan Wardell. Wardell had been a member of Pye for 18 months. He was described as having paedophilic leanings of the most violent and sadistic nature. He had fantasies that were the most horrific and sickening accounts of sexual maltreatment of children. Wardell knew Peter Henderson, aka Sir Peter Hayman. As the pair exchanged various obscene stories through the post, Wardell was subsequently charged due to the serious and extreme nature of the content. And I'd like to ask you about this while I'm on it. At paragraph 21, at the trial of Wardell, the DPP had apparently made arrangements to ensure that Hayman's name would not be mentioned in open court, but his name was inadvertently mentioned by Wardell's solicitor. The investigation conducted by Collins and Atkins was later leaked to the press and published in the satirical magazine Private Eye. Do you remember anything about whether or not Hayman's name as Hayman was deliberately kept out of those proceedings?
No one said anything to me about it, but at the trial of Wardell, when Hayman's name came out, other counsel in court then started discussing in front of me the fact that that shouldn't have happened, and that was the first I knew about it.
When it came out, was it the name Hayman or the name Henderson, and that was equated with Hayman? Do you remember what happened?
No, I don't.
How was it resolved?
Well, I don't think it was. It couldn't be resolved. It was mentioned in a public court.
Did anybody publish at the time?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know.
Do we understand from this that Wardell's trial was a separate trial of him alone?
Yes, it was a separate trial.
If you look at your statement again, go back to tab 3, please, and if you go back to your statement at the foot of page 5, IPC 000520. Because in this section of your statement you talk about the Wardell trial, and right at the bottom, read with me, throughout their prosecution, so you're talking about Wardell and another man, Was Waddell tried with another man whose name you can't now recall?
Quite possible. I just don't know.
That might have been Sewell, but throughout that prosecution, right at the bottom of page 5, throughout that prosecution, the DPP had organised it so that Hayman's name was never mentioned during the court case. I don't know how they did this. I can't recall if I think it reads, did the papers for this case, but I was not present at court. So did the papers rather suggest what you were meaning is whether as a police officer that you prepared the case for court. But did you, sorry, carry on.
I would have thought I would have prepared it for court as I was dealing with the whole thing.
Yeah.
But it's possible, because I had so much to do, I wasn't just dealing with this.
No.
It's possible someone else in the office said, well, look, just give that to me, I'll prepare that to court. I just can't remember.
But what I'm really asking you is the way that you express yourself here, that the DPP had organised it so that Hayman's name wasn't mentioned, was the impression you had, at least when you wrote this statement 4 years ago, less than 4 years ago, but in 2015, that it was a deliberate ploy by the DPP to ensure that Hayman's name wasn't a feature?
What else could it be?
But that was your impression.
Who else could authorise such a thing? Who else could organise such a thing?
Now let's look at the case against Hayman himself, please, because at the same time you were trying to prepare a case against him, weren't you?
Yes.
And if we look, please, at the same witness statement at page 6. Having said, during the trial, Hayman's name was mentioned by mistake by a defence solicitor or counsel. You add this, the case we put together against Hayman was sent to the DPP as a separate matter. I personally discussed the charges to be preferred against Hayman with the DPP solicitor, a gentleman we're going to hear from later, Jeremy Naunton, particularly with regard to dates. Now, first of all, what do you mean by that, particularly with regard to dates?
Well, if you're preparing cases for prosecution under the Post Office Act, you've got to be able to state when these items were sent through the post or by whichever means. And dates are always difficult. With Hayman, we had a mountain of material to try and decide from that as to what date we could say, yes, he sent that or he sent that, whatever. So it was discussing the difficulty of arranging the dates for what you would put in a charge.
So, from your perspective, the charges that you envisaged against Hayman were offences under the Post Office Act of sending obscene material through the post?
Yes.
And did you envisage, as you recall it, substantive offences, so individual offences relating to individual dates or bracketed dates, or a conspiracy?
Well, I would imagine one would have ended up with probably 3 or 4 different charges covering different dates.
So individual
and
substantive
different material.
offences?
Yes.
Let's look, please, again, and I'm sorry we're jumping around, but that's the nature of our bundles. Back to tab 15, please, which is your report, which we looked at a little earlier, CPS 004445. And can we go to page 5 of that, please? And I just want to select certain of the information that was available to you and what you wrote about in the report. At paragraph 15, a little over halfway down on page 5, many of the obscenities written in Hayman's books referred to children. And although it was reasonable to assume that much of it was fantasy, further inquiries were made in this direction. Now, first of all, Mr. Collins, again, appreciating that this was all many years ago, can you remember why you came to the conclusion that it was fantasy rather than him describing actual experiences?
It was so extreme in some cases that you had to say, well, this is fantasy, or he would refer to well-known people, friends of his family, or whatever, and fantasize as to what he would like to do to them. It was obvious that some of the stuff, or most of the stuff that he had there, no, not most, some of it was fantasy, because it was a very detailed, these aren't little pocket diaries, these are this big, and they've each got like 200 pages in them, and they went into great detail for, can I give an example?
Yes, of course.
I dare say most people are familiar with Cynthia Payne and Madame Sin and Julie Walters that was in the film.
I suspect people of a certain age in this hearing room and listening in probably are not, Mr. Collins, but
Called
those
the
of us of a certain
luncheon voucher orgies, it was called, down at Streatham. But it was a very, very big thing. And one of his books was almost word for word, well, it was almost complete with what took place at one of her orgies. And he'd obviously been there, you know, so that would be fact. But then there were other things that you would read that, well, you think, oh my God, how does anybody ever think of that even? And that with my experience where I've spent like 12 years doing nothing but children.
Yeah.
For me to sit back and say, how do you think of that, really means a lot.
You emphasise some were clearly fantasy, which permits of the obvious possibility that some was not.
Well, I cannot say that I took anything from Hayman which led me to be able to charge him with any sexual offence against a child.
No. Can I ask you, in paragraph 13, further inquiries were made in this direction. What did you mean by that, and what were the further inquiries?
I just read that, and I'm trying to think. Certainly we visited a couple of addresses where he had actually been, and those addresses were families that had children, and we visited those addresses and spoke to that, but I can't really think of what else was done at the time.
No. Well, let's just look at a couple of aspects, please, of your report, so far as children are concerned. Turn to page 7, please, and look at paragraph 24. So it's one thing that the diaries did not, to you at least as an investigator, indicate that he had actually committed offences of child sexual abuse against children. That's what you're telling us.
I had no evidence
No
of that.
evidence of it.
No.
And none of the confessions he made within these diaries you felt were anything other than fantasy writings on that topic?
Yes.
Let's just have a look then, please, at paragraph 24 at the foot of page 7. And you refer to an exhibit number. Our pages from Hayman's sex records for 1975, and they show a photograph of a girl called, and her name's been redacted, she's aged 11 years and obscene comments about her are written. Now, I suspect that this was something which had been sent to Heyman, but they relate to a photograph of a girl aged 11. This doesn't tell us anything about whether the girl was in any compromising position, whether she was in the course of being abused, whether she was naked or fully clothed or had been posed provocatively or anything like that. But had it been any of those, would that have lent itself to different considerations?
Yeah, well, yes, there were a number of things that would have led to different considerations, but at the end of the day, when no action was taken and we were told forget it, in those days you didn't sue the Commissioner, you forgot it and went back to doing what you should be doing, what you were told to do.
Yeah. Go to page 11, if you would, please. Paragraph 50, forgive me, it's 37. The paragraph disappears in the left margin. But you see about 5 lines down, although the sex volumes contain references to the something children, there is no evidence to suggest that they have been involved in any way in this matter, apart from being fantasized about by Heyman and other members of the circle, abhorrent as these remarks are. So were you there considering certain of his sex volumes that referred to the children of a family to whom he had become close, and you had concluded that these were fantasy writings again?
I'm trying to remember the particular...
It's a bit difficult because, for understandable reasons, there have been redactions. But I think this may have been in relation to...
I remember that particular family.
Don't name them, please, if you remember.
No, I couldn't.
But this was a family, and was this a woman with whom he was having sexual relations, and there were children of the family?
Yes, yeah.
And so there you're saying on page 11, no evidence to suggest the children had been involved in any way other than being fantasized about by him. And then on the next page, please, page 12. And again, while I have it in mind, you refer to something called the circle. What was the circle? Was it your term or somebody else's?
No, he had a favourite group that used to meet, a group of men of similar desires and nature, and they used to meet quite regularly at the Bush House in the Strand. Apparently their toilets were better than other places where they could go, and they used to meet there quite regularly. A number of them probably, I mean, he used to speak about their different names. There was probably half a dozen.
And that included Heyman, did it?
And that included Heyman.
And
where he would take his trophies along to the circle for them to have a look at.
And who called it the circle? Where did the name come from?
It would have come from him, it wouldn't have come from me.
And so if we're on page 12, please, this is the statement. So this is you summarising the statement of somebody who's been ciphered as WMF24. And at paragraph 44, WMF24 was in possession of a quantity of obscene material relating to young children. He also had 2 photographs of naked young girls sent to him by Heyman. So in this instance, there is evidence that you had, that Heyman had been corresponding with somebody else to whom he'd sent 2 photographs of naked young girls. Now, can you help whether any consideration was given as to whether these might have constituted indecent images?
Well, I just don't know. I just don't know. They were well, I mustn't say what might probably be, but he could have received them from anybody.
Yeah. Forgive me, Mr. And finally, for the moment, can I ask you to look at page 17? At the top, which is your paragraph 65. And at the top, you write, Hayman has been cooperative since his true identity was, hard to read the next word, introduced, can't tell. Although he obviously has a great deal to lose because of his position in society, the sheer filth spread far and wide by him, particularly its content, with regard to the sexual and physical abuse of children, must place him in the category of being one of the worst offenders in relation to sending obscene material through the post. So that was your overall conclusion about quite where he sat, as it were, in the hierarchy, if there is one, and of degree of seriousness of offending of its nature.
Yes.
Now, sorry again, back to your witness statement, tab 3 please, IPC 000520 at page 7. Now, right at the foot of the page, did you recall when you made this statement in 2015 that while you were investigating the job, that you had a message to telephone a particular number, and when you did so, you found yourself talking to Sir David Napley?
Yes.
Who was, at the time, the president of the Law Society, as you remembered it, and he asked you, going to page 8, he asked you if you were investigating Hayman, and if so, who was dealing with it at the DPP. Did he indicate to you that he was in fact the solicitor instructed on behalf of Sir Peter Hayman?
Yeah. The phone call went, are you the officer dealing with Sir Peter Hayman? Yes. This is Sir David Napley. Who's dealing with it at the DPP's office? I knew that I was at that time talking to Jeremy Norton about dates, and he was one of the solicitors at the DPP's office. But I thought, well, I don't want to land him with Sir David Napley on his lap with no warning. So I said to Napley, I'm not certain yet, but I'll give them a ring and find out and come back to you. His reply was, don't bother, I'll talk to Hetherington himself. And he put the phone down.
And Hetherington was the DPP at the time, Sir Thomas Hetherington,
Yeah.
who was the DPP.
The following day in the morning, my partner and I were called into the Chief Inspector's office.
So this is, forgive me, you and DC Atkins, PC
Yes,
Atkins.
at the pawn squad, and we were called in, and he said, I think you better sit down. And I said, well, you're not going to stop our overtime, are you? Joking. And he said, no, Hayman's finished. He's to be cautioned. That's it. Why? I never knew why until last Wednesday when I was shown these papers and I saw a note from the DPP who said that he didn't prosecute Hayman because Hayman hadn't hurt anybody and he was suicidal. Well, during this period he was so suicidal that he appeared on Mastermind on television twice in his true colours. And not long after that he was not suicidal when he was arrested importuning or engaged in a sexual act with the lorry driver in the toilet. So
So it wasn't long after,
well,
forgive me Mr Collins, it wasn't long after, so that we just get an idea of what you're telling us, it wasn't long after the call you had from Sir David Napley, who effectively said, "Don't bother, I'll talk to Hetherington myself," that you learned from a senior officer that Hayman was not to be prosecuted but was to be cautioned.
Yes.
And was the officer who told you that, and I'm just getting this from your 2015 statement, was the officer who told you that Shepherd?
Shepherd, yes.
And was he the chief inspector who administered the caution to Hayman?
He was.
Because you were present at the time he was cautioned.
I was.
And you remember, and I'll come back to another aspect of this, don't worry, Mr. Collins, because I know that there's another aspect of something that happened that you'll be wanting to tell us about. But was Hayman asked if he wished to say anything in response to the caution?
Yes.
And on your page 8 of your witness statement, just over halfway down, did he say he would specifically like to thank the officers, in other words, you and Mr. Atkins, for the discretion that you had shown in the investigation?
That's what he said. Yes.
Did you think you'd shown him any discretion?
I'm sorry?
Did you think you'd been discreet or not in the way that he meant?
We had been totally discreet. People had been trying to find out who this person was for months.
Yeah.
And it would have been so easy for us to tell it. I mean, Dave Atkins and I obviously had connections with the press, but it's part of our job to know press reporters, etc. But while I say that, it's not in answer to your question, but excuse me. In 2 or 3 places in these papers, it says that Dave Atkins released this to the press. The Deputy Commissioner of Police says it in a file that it's quite obvious David Atkins released this to the press and Sergeant Collins is just covering for his partner. Well, he did not release this to the press, and nor did I. And that can go down on paper as well, because it's wrong that he's been accused of that all the time. And that Deputy Commissioner didn't have the courage to come and tell us that, although he did tell the Director of Public Prosecutions that that was the case, and that both officers had been advised as to where their loyalties lie.
Mm.
Well, our loyalties lie to the public, not to any Deputy Commissioner. I'm sorry, I'm somewhat bitter about it, but I really got to put that in, because he's dead and his wife isn't.
Yeah. No, well, we understand
I'm sorry.
that. No need to apologise. I was going to come to it, but as you touched on it, the information that you were both accused of leaking was to private eye, is that right?
Yes.
And so that we are clear, is the article that was the private eye article of which you were accused, or to which you were accused of leaking, is it the one that we find behind tab 16 of your file, HOM 002200?
Well, I remember seeing that. Yeah, I don't know whether it was that
well, we can
article
date it.
or another one.
Well, we can date this one. There were 2. There was one in early January 1981 which followed this one, but this was the principal article, The Beast of Berlin, and it's dated, although not on the copy that we have in front of us, the 24th of October 1980. And there is an aspect of it which I want to ask you about as you've raised it. It's very difficult to read, and it may be easier on screen if I ask the evidence handler to zoom in the second bottom half of the article, because there's this one part I wish to quote. if you look at the bottom, it may be easier on the screen, Mr. Collins. Do you see the words, the decision not to prosecute Hayman?
Yes.
The decision not to prosecute Hayman, who was certainly as guilty as these two unfortunates, and that's a reference, I think, to Wardell and the other man who was prosecuted alongside him, came from high up, much to the disgust of DPP Tony Hetherington, so Private Eye got the first name wrong, Tony Hetherington's aides, and also the policemen involved in the case. They were told that this was, quote, no reflection on the evidence, unquote, and indeed at one stage Hayman appears to have been cautioned, also warned not to send obscene material through the post again. So let me ask you this. There's a reference to the policeman investigating, and that by implication was you and Mr. Atkins. Yes. If you didn't leak the information and Mr. Atkins didn't, who do you think might have done? And your reaction to it?
We could have released it any time we liked, Atkins and I. But it was the knowledge that it was what it was all about was throughout our office, throughout the DPP's office. There are umpteen people that could have released it to the press. It's no good be saying it could have been him or him.
I'm not asking you to. But
I mean, obviously I've got my own suspicions, but they mean nothing now. They don't mean anything. It could have been one of 20 or 30 people.
Not only police, presumably, but within the DPP's office.
They knew as well.
Yep.
Who talks to the press and gives them these stories, especially people like Private Eye? They seem to get information from all over the place, don't they?
Now, help me with this. Coming back to the caution, Hayman was cautioned, you were present.
Yes.
Do you remember now what he was cautioned for?
Sending indecent material through the post.
One offence or more than one offence?
Continuing offences.
And in those days, as now, did the acceptance of a caution mean that he admitted what was said against him?
Yes.
Now, in the course of the investigation into Hayman in particular, did you have meetings with Mr. Naunton, who was working in the DPP's office at the time?
Yes, we spoke about the case.
You and Mr. Atkins?
I would have spoken to him.
But on the telephone or face to face?
Mainly on the telephone.
Yeah. And I'm simply picking this up for a reason, but I think in your statements you make a very serious allegation about Mr. Naunton. You say that he lied, and I want to understand, first of all, why you make such a serious allegation about a man who worked in the DPP's office and a solicitor, and what you say he lied about.
Well, I saw, when I was being investigated, under caution, questioned by a commander for many hours.
And this was about the leak?
This was about the leak. There was a question or something put to me in that, oh well, Jeremy Naunton denies dealing with charges against Hayman, dealing with details of charges against Hayman. And I said, well, then Mr. Naunton is lying. But, and it's a big but, right? That was put to me under caution in a different atmosphere to what we're talking about at the moment. I had nothing but admiration for Mr. Naunton. He was an excellent solicitor. Dealt with a number of cases that I dealt with pornography and that type of thing. And I personally think Jeremy Naunton didn't say to me, we're not going to prosecute Hayman. The DPP said, we're not going to prosecute Hayman. And Jeremy Naunton was one of his solicitors. and would have had to fall in line like everybody else. He couldn't stand up and say, well, just a moment, I don't think that's right. In actual fact, I think in papers that I've read here that I've never seen before, Jeremy Norton speaks of not being party to it, in that Sir David Napoli went to see Hetherington, and Jeremy Norton himself says that was most unusual. These sort of things are usually dealt with in correspondence.
Yeah.
You know. So although I called him a liar, that was in the context of the accusations against me. Because I coupled the DPP with Jeremy Norton on that occasion, because I think somewhere in that statement that I made under caution, I said, well, what are you going to put a crime report in the book that I've made an allegation of conspiracy against the DPP, which of course wasn't done. No? But there we are.
Can we just go to your statement, just to understand a little more about this, because of course Mr. Norton will be having his say a little later. If we go back to your witness statement, your tab 3, IPC 000520 at page 7. So it's page 7, please. And halfway down, one day I was called in by Chief Inspector Shepherd, you'll see that paragraph, who was head of A3 at the time, who said you had better sit down. He told me it had been decided Heyman would not be prosecuted but cautioned. He said that was the decision of the DPP, and it's this I want to ask you about. Later, Jeremy Norton made a statement to say that the officers in this case, namely me and DC Atkins, must have been mistaken as to the DPP's intention to prosecute Heyman. This is a lie. I felt that Jeremy was under pressure from somewhere else, but he lied. The lie you seem to be suggesting is something Mr. Norton had said about the DPP's intention to prosecute. So what were you talking about here in 2015 that was the lie?
Well, that must have been mistaken that as the DPP's intention to prosecute Heyman.
I mean, you'll accept, Mr.
No.
Collins. Carry on.
What I'm saying is a lie, that there was a decision that Jeremy Norton was aware of not to prosecute Heyman.
No.
And that had been told to us. But what I'm saying, that was a lie at that time.
So sorry, because I'm not understanding, it may just be me. What are you saying was the lie? What was it Jeremy Norton had said that was untrue? Because in the statement you say it was, in the witness statement you say that you had been mistaken about the DPP's intention. So it rather suggests that what you were saying, at least in 2015, was that Jeremy Norton had told you that the DPP intended to prosecute, yet he hadn't. That seems to be the lie that you're suggesting here.
Well, the lie that I'm suggesting is that it was being said that we had never said that we would prosecute. That's what I'm saying is the lie. To say that it's just mistaken and that I thought, oh, whatever conversation we'd had, he must think, he obviously thinks I said that, so whatever it was, and from that he took it that it was going to be prosecution. No, there was going to be prosecution, and we were discussing dates.
Right. So,
I specifically remembered the discussion of the dates.
Right. So your takeout is that on the occasion that you discussed the dates, as you described to us earlier, of individual Post Office Act offences, are you saying the impression you came away with was at that point in time there was to be a prosecution?
Absolutely.
And are you saying Jeremy Norton actually said that to you, or is it simply the impression you came away with?
If you sit discussing them, why am I talking to Jeremy Norton? he's saying, he must have spoken to me. Why am I talking to him if we're not going to prosecute? I've got no need to talk to him. If there's no prosecution, I don't want the DPP's office involved. We just say, right, there's no prosecution.
So this wasn't a discussion about the evidence or improving the evidence in your mind?
We didn't have to prove evidence. We had ample stacks of evidence.
In your mind, this was a discussion about a prosecution?
Yes.
All right. Now, on page 6 of the same statement, you recalled before any decision was made, so before any decision was made not to prosecute but to caution, there was an occasion you met Hayman.
Yes.
And he came, you recall, to Scotland Yard, and he spoke to you and Mr. Atkins.
Yes, he did.
What did he speak to you about? What did he want from you?
He wanted to know if £25,000 each would have made any difference to what we were doing.
So, and this is the very kind of corruption that you were brought in.
Well,
In other words,
my reply to him was, "You're in enough trouble already. Don't be stupid."
yeah. Well, you were brought in by John Smith, Sir John Smith as he became, because you were incorruptible.
I am incorruptible.
Yeah. So he comes along, just himself or anybody with him?
No, just himself.
And what, by appointment or just came off the street?
Yeah, no, he wouldn't have come in off the street. He would have telephoned or said, "I want to meet," or whatever.
Yeah.
So we met him in public room in Scotland Yard.
You told him not to be so stupid, not to make
Yes.
matters worse for himself, and sent him on his way.
Yeah.
Did you report it?
No.
Because?
If he put a bag on the counter full of £20 notes, I'd have arrested him.
Wasn't the fact...
To walk into the pawn squad office and say, "I've been offered a bribe," was like saying, "Does anybody want a cup of tea?" We replaced men that have been taking bribes for years. They were crooks, and they've taken money hand over fist. Everybody that we came into, those of us that went up there then and had to deal with those same people that have been giving out bribes, they were trying to bribe us because they thought, "Oh, well, that's all right, we've been doing it for," as one man said to me, "Well, I know where I stood for 22 years, you don't mind me offering, do you?" If we'd have started reporting every time we had somebody tried to bribe us without the bribe, we'd have been there all day. We wouldn't have done anything else.
But there was, in one sense...
I've read in here that there was a procedure
well, you've read...
in the Metropolitan Police.
What you're referring to is the Operation Magnolia closing report, aren't you? Which is what you've read, because they make certain observations about what you might have done in the circumstances. You remember that? You must have read that.
No, I didn't read that because I read it and I thought, well, I was fairly au fait with all the rules and regulations. You had to be. But I don't remember anything that was laid down that says, if you are offered a bribe, you must go and A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
I did nothing. One would walk into the office and say, you would, as we did, you walk into the office and say, "You wouldn't believe that guy's just offered us 50 grand. And they go, "What?" But if you put it on the desk, then you've got him.
No.
It's no good him just saying, "I'll give you a bribe." You know, you've got to have some sort of evidence other than a man saying, "I want to bribe you."
Well,
It's no good walking into a charge room with that. They'll just tell you to go away.
well, the criticism of the Operation Magnolia closing report at its highest seems to be that it was unfortunate that you didn't report the approach because it's not known what impact it might have had on your investigation. And this is what I need to ask you about, Mr. Collins, because I hear what you say about the fact that you didn't have the £20 notes in a bag which would prove the fact that a man who was under investigation was trying to bribe you. But the fact is, there was you and Mr. Atkins who could corroborate each other in terms of what had happened. There might be evidence that Heyman had walked into the police station alone, unaccompanied by a solicitor, and had had a meeting with you. But over and above that, whether or not money had changed hands, this was the clearest case of perverting the course of justice, wasn't it?
You're trying the case, sir, if you don't mind me saying so. Would you prosecute on those lines? You wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't take the brief that said, well, he offered me the money. You wouldn't go to court with that. You'd say, go and get me a decent bit of evidence and then I'll do it.
Well, Mr. Collins, you're looking at it in an isolated fashion. This was a man who was under investigation. If you had evidence that he had sought to pervert the course of justice and there was a good case on the substantive offences here, Post Office Act offences, it would be something that you could consider seeking to add to the same indictment, which would strengthen the case against him. And what I want to ask you is whether you thought about that.
No, I didn't.
But so it was never reported, it was left there, and that was the end of that.
There was no official report of it.
Did you ever make notes about it?
No. The man was in a terrible state. Come on, I'm not vindictive. I don't agree with what he did, but I wasn't there to punish him. Just, I'd been to his house and seen his wife, for God's sake. The effect it must have had on her must have been terrible.
When you say...
So I'm telling him, look, don't be stupid. You're only making matters worse for yourself. And that's the end of it.
When you say, Mr. Collins, he was in a terrible state, help us. What do you mean, when he came to see you?
Well, no, he didn't stand there trembling or crying or anything like that, but the man's... You've seen his record and his whole family, his future, anything. It was diabolical for the man and his family that it should come to light. It was awful.
Were you aware...
For him. I don't excuse him, but it was awful.
No.
The effect that would have had on his family.
So were you sympathetic towards him?
In that sense, yes.
Were you aware at the time of any Attorney General guidelines or Metropolitan Police prosecuting policy in relation to post office offences? For example, if there was no financial gain or the parties between whom correspondence of an obscene nature was taking place were consenting, or that items were sent in sealed envelopes that, forgive me, that wouldn't, as a matter of policy, be prosecutable? Were you aware of that?
I can answer that on the papers that you have there. You've got statements there saying that Mr. Wardell had sadistic material connected with the description of sexual offences on children, which he exchanged with Heyman. Mr. Wardell was a buskin inspector. He didn't have Sir David Napley, did he? He was prosecuted for exactly the self-same material that Heyman had.
Would you have been sympathetic to him in the same way as you were to Sir Peter Heyman, if he had a wife at home whose position in society might be lost?
Always got... It's popular television and popular people like to think that all police officers go around and they hate villains and they hate everybody that they deal with. It's not true. The majority of people that policemen deal with are normal human or ordinary human beings that whatever. I wasn't being vindictive in any way towards Heyman, but the man was what probably concerned me more was the fact that there was a man who was our representative in Berlin throughout the Cold War, and he was still writing his diaries then, and the positions that he'd held. If somebody had come to me and said, look, that man's got so much that he could be blackmailed for, and we don't think it would be good for the country if people knew who he was, so we're not going to prosecute him, I would have said amen. The same has been said in connection with other people in the public eye where there's been no prosecution because it would be bad for the country or whatever. You can understand that. But not in this case. It was just a wealth of filth being sent all over the country.
So, do you agree or disagree, if you've had the opportunity of reading it, Greg McGill, who's the current Director of Legal Services at the Crown Prosecution Service, who says that based on the information available to him, the policy he felt was a reasonable one, if there was such a policy. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, I disagree with it. How could it be policy if they took Wardell to court?
Yeah.
It wasn't policy in connection with Mr. Wardell, so how was it policy in connection with Mr. Heyman?
So
The argument doesn't hold water.
So what you're saying is it was one law for Wardell and another for Heyman.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Can I ask you about something else, just a small matter that you mention in the witness statement, if we have it open at pages 6 to 7, but we can deal quite shortly with this. Do you remember being asked during the course of the investigation into Pi to take an exhibit seized from a witness to the Attorney General's office at the Royal Courts of Justice?
Yes.
What was that all about?
I wish I knew. I received a telephone call to say, would I take an exhibit which was the material we seized from one particular person, whose name I can't remember, and would I take it to the Attorney General's office? And I thought, in my innocence, I thought, well, what is it? Does he want to see the type of material that we're getting? Because this only covers whatever. I can, if he wishes, give him a selection of the material that we're obtaining from these people. No, just that one. Just that particular person. So I took it to the Attorney General's office on the basis that, please, I've got to have this back because it's an exhibit in the case against Pi, and I've never seen it to this day. It never came back.
I think you remember finding the office in the Royal Courts of Justice and speaking to somebody by the name of Gerald Adams, who was the solicitor to the attorney.
Yes, he used to work in the DPP's office.
And you recalled giving him the item. And you record in your 2015 statement on page 17 that Mr. Adams said that the attorney was of the opinion that Heyman should be prosecuted. Do you have a memory, distinct memory of that being said to you?
I do remember it, but I don't. I do remember talking to him about Heyman.
Yeah.
But I can't remember specifically him saying the Attorney General says it ought to be. I can't remember him saying that.
Certainly in 2015.
But I wouldn't have put it down if he hadn't said it.
Well, that's what you said in 2015.
Yeah.
Who was the attorney at the time? Do you remember?
No.
Michael Havers?
Sorry?
Was it Michael Havers?
Havers, yeah, Havers. Nigel Havers' dad.
But to this day, you've no idea why you were asked to take it, the exhibit?
No idea.
No. A couple of other topics, please, Mr. Collins. Can you go, please, in your bundle to tab 20, which is OHY 007089, and we've got selected passages from this document. And what it is, Mr. Collins, well, first let me ask you if you recognise it.
It's a statement I've made at some time.
It's well, if you go to the final page, behind tab 20, you'll see your names there. So it appears to be a report written by you. It doesn't have a date on it, but I think we can date it in the sense of the internal logic of certain of the things you wrote suggest it was in the period after Heyman had been cautioned. And if we go to the first page, You can see it's in relation to PI, Paedophile Information Exchange, to the commander of a department, and we've got A31 at the top, which was where you were working.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And paragraphs 1 to 4 are really the introduction into what PI were. If we go to the next page, please, you'll see we have skipped several pages because we've had to be selective. And we turn immediately to page 71 of the report. You'll see 71 at the top, but it's page 2 of the inquiry document, and it's headed Sir Peter Telford Hayman. So it's clearly about him and deals with aspects of the investigation into him. And you'll see in paragraph 151, on the 2nd of October 1978, Police Sergeant Collins and Police Constable Atkins interviewed Hayman, and it repeats some of the information we saw in your other police report. 152, Hayman's personal particulars, true identity weren't known, username Peter Henderson, and so on and so forth. And this deals with the interview of him under caution at the flat and the findings about which you've already told us. On the next page, page 3, paragraph 152 continues, where you describe the 45 bound volumes, a record of his sexual activities, and then skipping down a bit, as a result of joining PI, he then corresponded with a number of members, and they, with Hayman, are the subject of a separate report to the Director of Public Prosecutions, who has advised that Hayman be officially cautioned for sending indecent material through the post. This has been done. So that this clearly helps us at least see that this report was being written after Hayman had been cautioned. Do you agree, Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Although we don't have a date on it. And then on the same page, paragraph 153, Hayman corresponded with PI in the person of David Grove, so that was a pseudonym that he used. And Exhibit PH1 is one of these letters. It states, "Dear Mr. Grove, thank you for your very prompt and cautious reply to my letter. I'm most impressed. I am eager to receive more information as you've promised. Some information about other contacts too, please, and your next letter. I have great affection for a little girl called," and you see that a name has been ciphered. "Naturally, we have seen each other naked. We've engaged in kissing and external caressing, but I've not dared to go further. I've also seen her stark naked with a little boy similarly nude. It's a wonderful and beautiful experience, but naturally my virile feelings are aroused and I long to go further. Can you give me some advice, please?" Which is underlined. And at the top of the next page, which is 73 of the report, this letter is signed Peter Henderson. The fact that it was exhibited as PH1, does that help identify where it was seized from?
Well, that would be Peter Henderson.
Yeah. Does that mean it was a letter that was attributed to him because it was seized at Linden Gardens, or it was seized from somebody else to whom he or with whom he corresponded?
I imagine it was seized from this man Grove. I don't remember it.
Well, no, Grove is him, it appears, because he seems to be using that name, if I've understood your report correctly. Then maybe I've got that wrong. Hayman corresponded with PI in the person of David Grove. So it's seized from Grove.
I don't remember this at all.
You don't remember it?
No.
But there seems to be this correspondence, but on the face of it, was there any reason to think, and I'm going to ask you this question just to ponder for a moment, was there any reason to think, given first of all that Hayman, was in fact a member of the Paedophile Information Exchange, whose aims were to lower the age of consent for men to have sex with children from the age of 4, and taking the content of this letter that he didn't have paedophilic tendencies? Was there any confidence the police could have that Hayman wasn't in fact a paedophile?
I really wouldn't know how to categorise Heyman, except he was everything.
Yeah.
Every sexual deviancy that you can think of.
Well, the one I think of
I
is
just don't know. I
well,
can't.
the one I'm thinking of, Mr. Collins, this is not a criticism, I'm just asking for your view of it, but we have the fact he's a member of PI, we have the content of a letter written to a David Grove here, which talks about his an experience on the face of it with a child, and that he wants to go further. And my question is really, taking the two together, and perhaps other material like this, could anyone have had at the time any confidence that amongst all the other things he might have been, that he wasn't a paedophile?
I can't see how anybody could say that. I think he would have grasped at any opportunity to take advantage of man, woman or child sexually.
And one other document, if you flip back please to tab 19, INQ 004038, please. This is a branch note from A31, so this is from your unit to the Commissioner's office. I think it's dated, we can see top right on the first page, the 24th of August 1983. And if you go to the final page, and I'm afraid it's it's not easy to entirely discover the name, but was there a DM Lewis, and that's how I read the name, who was an inspector? Maybe I've got that wrong. Does it look like Lewis? I think it looks like Lewis. Does that mean anything to you, an inspector?
No, I can't see it, Lewis.
1983, were you still on the unit then?
83. No, I was off the unit then. I was in America. Was I in America? 83. No, I wasn't on the unit then. I was on Special Intelligence Section then.
All right. If you go back to the first page, you'll see that the branch note relates to the paedophile information exchange, and if we can blow it up on the screen a bit, you might be able to read it more easily. Is an organisation consisting of a group of men who advocate that sexual acts between adults and children should, with certain limited exceptions, be made lawful, and in the event of such an act falling into their category of exceptions, that act should be dealt with outside the criminal law and with the utmost leniency. An investigation into this group was carried out in 1978 by Police Sergeant Brian Collins and Police Constable David Atkins, both formerly, which accords with what you just told us, formerly members of the Obscene Publications branch. And what it goes on to do is describe certain people and certain detail. But on the final page, taking it shortly, suggests that during the investigations, no people of public prominence were unearthed. If you look at the final page, if you're there, Mr. Collins, the second two-line paragraph on page 3, as far as the investigating officers are aware, and this could relate to the present as well as the past when you were on the unit, there are no persons prominent in public life involved in this organisation at the present time. And then, in order to assist investigations into serious crime in Leicestershire and Sussex, a list of known members of the Paedophile Information Exchange, which was compiled during the investigation by P.S. Collins, was forwarded to the respective constabularies. Again, as far as is known, no prominent persons feature in this list. Are you able to understand that, given the fact that Peter Henderson, also known as Peter Heyman, was excluded?
No.
Because he was a person of public prominence.
Very much so.
Yeah. Finally, this, Mr. Collins, can we just understand all of this stuff that we've really been discussing in your evidence happened in the late 70s, early 80s? And obviously, for all of those years, you've harboured considerable doubts and concerns about the fact that nothing was done about Hayman in particular. I'm putting Andre Thorne to one side. Can you help us understand why it is that it wasn't until, by the look of it, 2015, until you raised those concerns in the way that you did?
Sorry, could you repeat?
Why is it that over all of those years, it wasn't until 2015 that you raised those concerns in the way that you did?
In the way that I did?
Yeah, by making a statement to the police.
To the police when they came to see me about it. Raised concerns. Who's going to listen to me?
Well,
the police won't listen to me. The police wouldn't listen to me. All they were interested in was getting somebody's head to roll for what was published in Private Eye. That was their only intent. There is nothing in my police career, whatever, to suggest that I wasn't just a good copper. I was good at my job, and they couldn't have cared less. They ruined me. And, well, as you can see, I'm still bitter. Not as bitter as I was, but I'm, you know, it is not good to stand there and somebody turns around to you and says, you've done this, you've committed an offence, we want your warrant card, you can't be a police officer while we're talking to you. To me, that was, I'd rather be stabbed than have that happen. But having that said to you, what does it tell you afterwards? All this that they did in trying to accuse Atkins and accuse me and all this so that they could satisfy the DPP by telling him that we were told where our loyalties lie. After this all happened, what happened? They gave me a position in an organisation just starting off. I spent more time in America dealing with cases than I dealt with here, so what was that? Can I be trusted? Was I good at what I do? Yes, I was good at what I do, and then they come up with all this sort of thing over a man. I don't want to feel too bitter about Hayman, but the point is they squared it up. There's no other explanation for it at all. It was squared up. Napley came on the phone, and that was the end of it. Whether they were whatever, at the end of the day, to say that man, oh, we can't prosecute him because he didn't hurt anybody and he was suicidal. And then I see him on Mastermind, you know.
So the way you see it, Mr. Collins, it was Sir Thomas Hetherington doing a deal with Sir David Napley in relation to Sir Peter Hayman.
Best club in the world, isn't it? 3 nights of the realm. You know, not bad, is it?
No.
Eh?
Well, that will be for others to
Mr.
judge.
Wardell didn't get out of that. He didn't get 3 bus conductors down there and try and help him, did he? Sorry.
No. On which note, we have some food for thought for lunch. Mr. Collins, I have no further questions, and just before we break and let you go, I'll see if the chair and the panel do.
There are just a couple of questions. One small point from me. If someone were found guilty of Post Office Act offences involving the type of material Hayman had, what's the range of sentence if they were found guilty?
In general terms, it would have meant a fine.
A fine?
Yes.
Substantial or?
Substantial fine, yeah.
Okay. And was there a general sense at the time that indecent images were a victimless crime? In other words, the children concerned, if there were indecent images of children, were not considered to be victims?
Different attitudes, madam, but certainly children didn't take precedent.
Thank you. Ms. Sharpley.
Just a couple. Mr. Collins, thank you for your evidence. And when you were in the obscene publications team, you were there for quite a number of years, I think you told us.
Yeah, it was initially we were going there for 2 years so that we wouldn't be too affected. But I stayed about 4.
I understand. Did all your cases for prosecution go to the DPP's department, or were some of them prosecuted by the Metropolitan Solicitors Department?
No, all our stuff went to the DPP's office.
Yeah, I see. And an entirely different question from me. If you were to come across children during the course of your duties who may have been abused or the victims of child abuse, either at the time or previously, was there a system in place where those children could be protected?
Absolutely. Well, we would contact the local social services wherever it was that the child was living. They were the people that we would go to initially to make sure that the child received some care.
I see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. We have no further questions.
Thank you.
That completes your evidence. Thank you.
Yes, we'll return it to. Yes. 5 past. Please sit down.
Chair, before we start with Mr. Naunton, Mr. Henderson is going to adduce just a few documents.
Thank you, Chair. There are 3 sets of documents I would like to ask you to adduce. The first is a set of documents provided by Simon Danchuk, who, as you probably remember, is the former Labour MP for Rochdale and the co-author of the book Smile for the Camera about Cyril Smith. Now, he has actually also provided evidence to the inquiry about a separate matter. That's allegations that Tom Dryberg, who was a Labour MP from 1942 to 1974, escaped prosecution for sexual offences because of his status and prominent position. And the references are as follows: INQ 003692, INQ 003693, INQ 003694, and INQ 003695. In short, what these show is that Mr. Danchuk's office was passed information by a man named Michael Cookson, who was a retired police officer, about Tom Dryberg. The office of Simon Danchuk forwarded that to the CPS, who conducted searches of their records and the legacy DPP office records, insofar as they were able to, and found no matters relevant to Tom Dryberg. So the trail went cold there. The second set of documents relate to Mr. Don Hale, who, as you'll recall, Chair, gave evidence to the inquiry on Friday the 8th of March. He has, following that evidence, provided the inquiry with 2 further witness statements, following up on some points that were raised, and we would adduce them in full. They are INQ 004202 and INQ 004203. We'd also like to ask you to adduce in full the handwritten version of his 2014 police statement. You'll recall there was an issue about that, and that is MPS 003550. We've also received further statements from the Northamptonshire Police, which confirm, contrary to the information that they initially gave the inquiry, that Mr. Hale was in fact interviewed by 2 officers from Northamptonshire Constabulary on the 9th of April 2015 about the rumour that Cyril Smith had been stopped on the M1 motorway back in the 1980s and some form of child pornography was found in his car. And those 2 references from Northamptonshire Police are OHY 007103 and OHY 007104. So we'd like to make it clear that Mr. Hale's evidence about that interview with Northamptonshire Police is now confirmed to be true by them. And then finally, Chair, I would invite you to adduce some statements from Peter McKelvey. You'll recall hearing about him back in the first week of these hearings, and you have seen the report produced, Operation Red Rail 2, which looked at his allegations. For completeness, we'd invite you to adduce 4 documents which give his allegations and the information he provided. And those are PMK 000472, OHY 005548, OHY 005582, and OHY 005539. Thank you.
Repeat after me. I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Full name, please.
Jeremy John Naunton.
Mr. Norton, obviously retired now, but were you a practicing solicitor
Yes, I was.
and admitted to the role of solicitors when?
1971, I think it was.
1971. When did you join the DPP's office?
I think the same year.
So straight in as a new practicing solicitor.
Yes.
Clearly you were, as you say, moved around in your inquiry statement, which we can put up on the screen, INQ 003886. Presumably you were moved around in the DPP's office,
Yes.
but where did you begin?
I began in a division called the Research Division, which dealt with research, law, and prosecuting police officers.
And if we go to the second page of your statement, you set out a number of points about your career between 1973 and 1979. You dealt with a variety of criminal matters which were referred to the DPP. And from 1979 to 1981, you were a senior lawyer dealing with all types of criminal allegation against police officers throughout England and Wales. 1981 to 1986, a senior lawyer at the DPP's office reviewing serious fraud cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then 1986, when the DPP's office became the Crown Prosecution Service, to 1990, did you review cases dealing with centrally and advised or decided on criminal proceedings, and did you advise CPS areas, police, as well as others?
Yes.
1990 to 92, head of division at CPS HQ, responsible for a variety of themes, including major disasters, homicide, international crime, and obscene publications.
Yes.
92 to 95, head of division at CPS HQ, responsible for dealing with all criminal allegations against police officers in England and Wales other than traffic offences, but offences such as homicide, death in police custody, corruption, Data Protection Act offences.
Yes.
Then 95 to 96, Assistant Chief Crown Prosecutor, heading the International and Legal Services Division at headquarters. And then in July 96, did you leave the CPS and later become Joint Force Solicitor for Kent Police?
Yes.
And since retired, presumably?
But yes.
When did you retire?
I think it must have been about 10 years ago.
All right, thank you. Now, you've been asked in general...
Sorry, I'm only going to correct that. I'm still a non-practicing
Yeah.
solicitor.
But in terms of retired from employment.
Yes,
Yeah.
I suppose so.
Now, I'm going to ask you just to speak up a touch. The microphones aren't... I'm going to ask the usher to point the microphones closer to your
Please.
mouth, please,
Okay.
because
Thank you.
your voice is slightly drifting.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, you were asked for your recollection of the Peter Hayman case, and you set out in 6 points, just in general terms, what your recollection was. In fact, you call him Sir David Hayman. Does that rather suggest that by the time you made this statement to the inquiry, he was long forgotten?
I don't think he wasn't forgotten.
No, as far as you're concerned.
Since yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But you said, and was this from pure recollection, that it related to a package found on a bus? It involved Section 11 of the Post Office Act 1953.
Yes, right.
He was a senior diplomat involved with Canada. Sir David Napley of Kingsley Napley represented him.
Mm-hmm.
That it was suggested that Hayman might commit suicide.
Mm-hmm.
And the prosecuting decision was made by Sir Thomas Hetherington, then DPP, at a meeting with Sir David Napley, which you didn't attend.
Yes, that's I think right, except that I don't think it was Sir Thomas Hetherington at that time.
No.
I think it was Tony Hetherington or Thomas Hetherington.
Yeah.
He wasn't knighted, I don't think, until...
No, would he have been knighted
Thereabouts.
on leaving
I think he was
office?
knighted the next year in 2000, in 1000 and what's it, 90?
We can
Well,
always
the
check
next
that.
year anyway. After I had any dealings with this matter, I think.
All right.
But yes, that's right.
So those are the essential features of your
Yes, that's right.
recollection,
Yes.
which you were asked to consider. But since which time, as you set out there, and we don't need to go through them now because we will look at various documents, you were sent, in order to aid the making of your statement, a variety of documents, and presumably you've read them all.
Yes. In varying depth.
Yes, of course. Now, one of the documents you were asked to look at, and can we go to it now, please? It's behind tab 4, which is the file, and I'm going to ask for this to be adduced in full, CPS 004445. And we can see that there are, in fact, two parts to it, Mr. Naunton. The first 21 pages, which we looked at this morning with Mr. Collins. I don't know if you were in the room for his evidence.
Yes, I was.
That's the report which was sent up and received by the DPP's office on the 7th of December 1978 into Hayman and others in relation to obscene photographs and correspondence. From page 22 to page 25 is a note, a minute coming out of your office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll look at that. And then from page 26, and I'm using the inquiry reference pagination, through to page 29, there are some statements or extracts from statements that were taken by the officers for the purposes of their inquiry. Is that right?
It appears so.
And you've had an opportunity of reading all of that material, I assume?
Yes, I did when it came
Right.
in.
Can we look first of all then, please, at the interim note, which begins at page 22.
I just make sure. Yes.
I think you've got
yes.
your own version as
Yes,
well,
I
which
have.
you've highlighted.
Yes. Yes.
Now, first of all, the note. Is this your note?
I believe it is, yes. Initially, I questioned it because I couldn't recognise the corrections on them because of the way in which it had been photographed. But I think it probably was my note.
Yeah.
Certainly the part at the end, which is a handwriting, is mine.
We'll come to that.
Yes.
Who was AD Met? What did it mean?
That's Assistant Director, Met Division, and I think that might have been a man called Timothy Taylor.
Yeah.
I think.
And where did he sit in the hierarchy?
Well, he was certainly he was above me. But he wasn't the principal assistant director, as I think they were then called, nor deputy director, obviously. But he was fairly senior. He was my above me and my line manager, if you like.
Yeah.
Correctly.
Now let's have a look, please, at some of the substance of this, because this, am I right in thinking, is your advice note, I suppose, for want of a better term, to go to AD Met, and was it based on the police report which Sergeant Collins and Constable Atkins had supplied to you and which had been received in the office on the 7th of December?
I think it probably was. I don't know. I cannot recall whether I'd already spoken to the officers by then or not, but I think it was based upon that.
So based upon the notes, does that mean that you recall having a meeting or at least a conversation with one or other of the officers?
Yes, I had a meeting with both the officers at some stage or the other, and it would have been before, I suspect, that this was written,
Yeah.
before the 21st of December.
And so if does that suggest it was a face-to-face meeting, a conference?
It was a conference, yes.
And just while we have that in mind, you've heard Mr. Collins' evidence. What would the conference have been about?
Would have been about this particular case of Mr. Heyman.
I understand that,
Also,
and it's
it's
my
a
rather
bit
general, it's my rather general question which provoked that answer. But I mean, one can have a conference, a legal conference, about all sorts of things. One can talk about the evidence and further inquiries that might be made. One can talk about whether the case is prosecution ready and what the charges might be. And you've heard Mr. Collins talk about a meeting which he recalled with you, at which dates were mentioned, which suggested to him that the case would be prosecuted, and his evidence, you'll remember, before lunch was that somebody had suggested to him that there was some dispute between you and him as to whether or not you had ever said that the case should or shouldn't be prosecuted, about which he made a serious suggestion that you had lied.
Yes.
Now, what do you say about that? Let's get that out of the way immediately.
As far as I was concerned, we had the meeting, which I think you'll see in his statement, was not concluded. We didn't conclude that particular meeting.
Can you just speak up a bit for us,
Sorry.
please, Mr. Norton?
We didn't conclude that particular meeting, and we discussed, I think, the way in which it was to go. We would discuss the dates for the offences and the type of offences that we would be going for. And I think I left him with the definite impression that we would progress to a prosecution for under the Post Office Act, which was, in my opinion, was not a particularly serious offence by comparison to some of the others. It's not as serious as the Obscene Publications Act. It referred to indecent material through the post.
Yes, carry on, please.
And we would need to see. I'd need to see the material. As far as I recall, I did not receive any material. Did not see any material. And I did not see any witness statements. So those were things that were going to have to be sorted out before we could actually go ahead and have Sir Peter Heyman charged, or Henderson, whichever you like.
So from your perspective, it sounds as if this was a feasibility conference rather than anything else.
And in my mind, it was possible that we would do it.
And let me meet the accusation head on. Do you accept that you've ever lied about what happened during the course of that meeting?
I never lied. I never intentionally misled them in any way whatsoever. It was purely the first part of a conference to decide what type of offences we should be looking at, to give them some guidance as to how they should put the papers together.
Well, with that in mind, let's have a look at the first line of the note. This is regrettably long interim note, as I have not yet seen the original exhibits. Interim, and having not seen the original exhibits, why did you characterise it as an interim note?
Because I believe that's exactly what it was. I think it was an interim. It didn't come to a conclusion. I think that says so in the report itself.
And the fact that you hadn't seen the exhibits, by which you meant, what were the exhibits you would like to have seen?
I'd like to see the material that was going to be produced in court to prove that they were indecent material that was going through the post.
As far as you're concerned, and as I say, we'll go through some of this, by the time you'd signed off this note and it had been submitted to your superior, did you expect that a prosecution decision was possible on the basis of this interim note? Yes. You did. So
I thought there was a possibility that that would go ahead.
Even if it was an interim note only and you hadn't seen the exhibits?
Yes. The idea would be to seek the view of my assistant director. This was a decision, it wasn't a decision-making minute, it was one as party to other minutes that ought to have come, or I would have expected to have come.
So, come from whom?
My assistant director, or whoever he sent it up to.
Right. So, are you telling us you weren't the only lawyer involved on this case at the time?
Yes, I anticipate I wasn't.
Insofar as not seeing the original exhibits, did you ever see them or call for them? Or did matters move on so quickly that it never came to it?
I think matters might have moved on faster than that. So I didn't see them. I don't recall ever having seen them.
Then you carry on in the note. If you look back to the note, please. Like many of the Yard's investigations into Section 11 of the Post Office Act offences, this case leaves a lot to be desired, and it's difficult to make a decision without seeing the original photos or the latest letters. So on the basis of that, Mr. Naunton, was it foolish of anybody to expect a prosecuting or a charging decision to be made when the actual exhibits had never been looked at?
I think it would have been. I didn't make a final decision. I hadn't seen the material. But
And then, carry on.
I was only going to say that certainly the idea was to progress towards a prosecution.
And then you set out some of the findings. You talk about following the finding on a bus, which we've heard about, as well as the 45 volumes in the wardrobe in Henderson's Notting Hill flat in March 1978, which in the next paragraph you say it appears apparent from the Aladdin's Cave of obscene writings that part of Hayman's sexual kink was to correspond with others in obscene fashion. And then you refer to the paedophile information exchange pie. Although the theme of pie goes through the papers, with most of these named either having corresponded or because members of the organisation, there is no evidence to suggest that any of them have committed offences with children. And pausing there, a long time ago I accept, but what was it that made you say that?
I think it's from this report, I think.
And what Mr. Collins had to say himself, that certainly in terms of Hayman, most of the writings were fantasy, or at least some of them were, and he gave his explanation of why there was nothing at least that suggested that he was depicting or describing actual events, albeit it seems Mr. Collins accepted that there was nothing that could rule out that Hayman was also had paedophilic tendencies. But did these thoughts occur to you at the time, do you think?
I can't remember. I was dealing with Henderson and not with Pye.
And so you say this, and just follow with me. Whilst we are shortly to receive a full report on the activities of Pye, I'm told by the police that this is an independent offshoot that can be dealt with separately. And then you said this: I hope that any decision we make here will not be a rod for our backs when the Pye case arrives. And then you talk about the nature of the charges, that the police are anxious that we take proceedings against those named, and possibly for conspiracy to contravene Section 11 of the Post Office Act. And then you talk about the articles found in Hayman's flat, which would form a basis of proceedings. And then point 3, there doesn't appear to have been an organised general postal distribution of obscene material. And 4, whilst Hayman's articles are obscene and disgusting, they don't appear to fall within the usual categories under the Obscene Publications Acts, as although money did pass, there was no real arrangement for a financial gain to be made. Now, was there, to your knowledge, any policy that the DPP's office applied in relation to Post Office Act offences and Obscene Publications Act offences?
No, but for Obscene Publications Act, they would have to be published or having in their possession for publication for gain. And I'm not sure that, in fact, we had the evidence for either of those things, but I don't know at the moment.
What about in relation to Post Office Act
Post
offences?
Office Act offence was really aimed, and I think, I'm not sure, the preamble to the Act said that it was to protect the Post Office employees. And that's what the Act was built for. But it still existed. It existed for Post Office. It did not exist for other couriers that might deliver material. So it was becoming, I think, I don't know whether it still exists or not now, it was becoming slightly obsolete.
Yeah. You heard Mr. Collins tell us in evidence before, when he was asked by one of the panel members what Hayman might have received had he been convicted for the Post Office Act offences, and Mr. Collins told us a fine, a financial penalty. Can you confirm that certainly subsection 2 of section 11 of the Post Office Act, by way of punishment, carried a fine or imprisonment up to 12 months?
I have no idea at the moment.
But I'm sure you're prepared to accept it.
I'll accept it.
But if that were so, subject to the view a judge would take, and any, at that time, pre-sentencing counsel guidelines, if there were such for such offences, so guidance in the Court of Appeal, there was always a possibility, if, as Mr. Collins had said, this was one of the worst cases he could imagine, that imprisonment would follow. That was always a possibility.
That's always a possibility.
And carrying on, just before you got to the individual defendants, you say, therefore, in my view, the activities described in the papers, and we shouldn't guess any further activities, were for the personal and private sexual benefit of the individuals, some of whom had been known to each other for a number of years, and not for indiscriminate circulation. Thus, the case falls into a lower category than others we see and could possibly be dealt with by individual substantive charges under Section 11 of the Post Office Act of 1953. And then, as we see, you go through the defendants one by one, the first being Hayman himself, who was known as Henderson, and at point 2 on the next page, page 23, somebody whose name has been redacted, but another individual is somebody that you look at, and indeed over the page, if we go to page 24, if you would, another individual whose name is Seifert, and then the man whose name we've heard before, Wardell. If we just go down that page a little further, do you see that, Mr. Naunton?
Yes, I see.
And then somebody else called Sewell.
Mm-hmm.
And were Wardell and Sewell, to your knowledge, were they in fact prosecuted?
I have no idea.
Do they mean anything to you now?
No, nothing at all. The names just ring a bell, but I know nothing about them at all.
Now, I went through the report with Mr. Collins this morning. I'm not going to go through it again with you, but let me ask you to see if there are some answers you can give to a couple of questions. First of all, one of the things that Mr. Collins told us about, and certainly told the investigating officers in 2015, is that not only was there obscene material found on a London bus, but also in a park, in St James's Park. And you will have heard me put to him the results of the police operation, having spoken to the Royal Parks officer, a chap called Hooper, who'd found a briefcase in St James's Park which included photographs of boys estimated to be between 8 and 11 wearing underpants. Did you know anything about that? Because I don't see any reference to that here.
No, I don't recall that one.
And although Mr. Collins mentions it in his report, there isn't any detail to it. So did you pick up on that in fact there were 2 instances of items being found in separate locations, separated by several months in 1978?
I seem to recall that there being a possibility, but material on the bus, I think, was the main feature, so far as I was concerned.
Yeah.
But
So-
sorry, it may well be that when I saw the material and the exhibits, then one might have taken it into account.
Yeah. Well, what you certainly knew is that there was material found on the bus,
Yes.
and all of the diaries found in the wardrobe in the flat in Linden Gardens, but at the time of writing this note, none of which you'd actually seen.
No. It was a very preliminary note to get guidance from above as well.
Now, can we go, please, in your file to tab 9? It's something we looked at this morning with Mr. Collins, but I'd like to ask you a few things about it, if I may. And we can put it up on screen. It's OHY 007089.
Yes.
And this is the full report into the paedophile information exchange which Sergeant Collins submitted. And the internal logic of the document suggests that it was submitted after Peter Heyman had been cautioned, and therefore not prosecuted but simply cautioned. And amongst other things, if you go to paragraph 153, which is on page 72 at the top of the internal pagination, or page 3 of the document for us, at the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, 4445.
It's page 003 at the bottom. Just wondering if
Yes.
you got the right document.
I'm just
You're looking at your own file of documents, are you, Mr. Norton?
No, yes, I am at the moment, because it should be exactly the same. So what's the
72. It's paragraph 153.
CPS, is it?
You're looking at the wrong document.
Yes, fine.
It's our tab 9, and it's a report into
that's
Pi, which Mr.
Yes.
Collins, Sergeant Collins, as he was then,
Yes.
submitted at a time after Heyman had been cautioned.
Yes.
So it's a subsequent full report into Pi. And if you go to the third copied page, which should have a 72 at the top and a paragraph 153 halfway down. Have you got that? It's tab 9. Might be easier to look in the
Yes.
file.
Yes.
Yeah?
151 on the left. No, that's the.
It's 153. 153, that's
Yes,
it.
that's it. Yes.
All right, are you happy?
Yes. Sure.
Heyman corresponded with Pi in the person of David Grove. I was rather perplexed by the wording, but it actually means David Grove was the correspondent and Heyman clearly in the name Henderson. It states, "Dear Mr. Grove, thank you for your very prompt and cautious reply to my letter.
Yep.
Most impressed.
Yes.
Eager to receive more information." And then the next paragraph, "Great affection for a little girl called." The name is ciphered. "Naturally, we've seen each other naked. We've engaged in kissing and external caressing, but I've not dared to go further. I've also seen her stark naked with a little boy similarly nude. It's a wonderful and beautiful experience, but naturally my virile feelings are aroused and I long to go further. Can you give me some advice, please?" Now, did you see this report?
Not that I know of. I don't know the date of it.
Unhappily, nor do we, and that's why I've had to rely on the internal logic of it to suggest it had to be after Heyman was cautioned, because it talks about Heyman being cautioned within it. But one has to assume it was probably sometime in late 1978 or must be early 1979, because you didn't receive the original report until the 7th of December.
Yes.
So probably much later than that, but maybe early in 79. but certainly afterwards.
Well, 21st of December,
Yeah.
1979, I
Eight.
did my
Eight.
I did my minute. Thank you. I did
Yes.
my minute. So, by that time, as far as I'm aware, Hayman had not been cautioned, or I wouldn't have, it would have taken a different slant entirely.
So sometime after Christmas of 1978, he was cautioned, so presumably sometime in 1979.
Yes.
And then this report is submitted to the, presumably to the DPP's office. And there are other parts of it which speak about the name Wardell, I think, we would find if you look at paragraph 155 on the next page, page 4. It talks about the letter at the top was signed by Peter Henderson, the one we just looked at. And then 155, Hayman's true identity was later established. Seen again by police at his home address. And then at the foot of page 4, his association with Pi enabled him to correspond with certain other members whose names are ciphered. Sewell and Wardell all dealt with this in this report. All the correspondence between them is obscene. And so are you saying, Mr. Norton, as far as you can tell, you never received this full report?
I never saw it, but then that might well be because I might not have been on the division at that time. I don't know, because I don't know when it was sent, and I don't know when it was received by the DPP's office.
No.
And I don't recall it, and at the same time, not only not recalling it, I can't help thinking that maybe consideration would have been given to action, even though he'd been cautioned. So I don't even know that it was sent to the DPP's office, even though the last paragraph suggests that it should be.
Well, the reason I ask you, and you've just touched on it, is if you now go back to something I read before, your tab 4, our CPS 004445, at page 22. Do you see in the paragraph, about the fourth paragraph down, although the theme of paedophile information exchange, you got that?
Yes.
Goes through the papers, I read this before, with most of these named either having corresponded or because members of the organisation, there is no evidence to suggest that any of them have committed offences with children. Whilst we are shortly to receive a full report on the activities of Pi, what I've just shown you is that report, isn't it?
I've no idea.
Well, it's the only full report on Pi that we know about, and it runs. We've only selected a few pages, but it runs, I think, to well over 100 pages. So it's a pretty full report that Sergeant Collins had written.
Yeah.
So whilst we are shortly to receive a full report on the activities of Pi, I am told by the police that this is an independent offshoot that can be dealt with separately, in other words, the Hayman case. And then this, which you may think was rather prescient. I hope that any decision we make here will not be a rod for our backs when the Pi case arrives. Because I posed the same question to you that I did to Mr. Collins. Granted, you tell us that you didn't see this full report and therefore it suggests it went elsewhere. There are two important facts. First of all, that Hayman as Henderson was a member of Pi and corresponding with others, including about children. And on the face of it, we have that letter, which I read out to you in one of the paragraphs of the full report, which suggested, if it was true and accurate, not so much about an experience that Hayman was claiming he had had with children, but that he was looking forward to having more of a more serious and intrusive kind. And do you think, if you had had this before you, Mr. Norton, that questions and serious questions might have been asked at the time that you had the original report into Hayman at the back end of 1978 about whether a caution or anybody knowing this information whether a caution was the appropriate out-of-court disposal for a man who was disposed of behaving in this way?
I don't know, because I wasn't the one who decided on a caution.
What do you think you would have decided?
Well, I was aiming, as I said, I was aiming for a prosecution of Hayman under the Post Office Act. If this had come in, and I'd taken that into consideration as well, then maybe there would have been more offences under the Post Office Act, or it may be that there was evidence to go in a different direction.
But on the face of it, you're willing, I'm sure, to accept that what you said in your interim note about hoping that this wouldn't be a rod for our backs, some could take the view that the full report on Pi had come home to roost as far as that thought was concerned, in the sense that if it provided evidence, not only which was known about that Hayman was a member of Pi, but that perhaps some of his writings weren't so much fantasy, then prosecuting him for offences which were far more serious than merely corresponding between others were indicated.
I don't recall seeing a full report about Pi.
But all I'm asking is for your view as a lawyer who was looking at this kind of material all those years ago. Would you have been a bit worried once, say this report had come across your desk, the fuller one, into Pi, and even though it wasn't your decision, Hayman had been cautioned and had gone away with a caution, and yet months later a full report comes in which suggests that Hayman might in fact be involved in far more serious offending than we first thought. Don't you think that would have put a different hue on matters?
If he had been cautioned and these other matters came to light afterwards and were relevant, then there's no reason why he shouldn't be prosecuted for those offences or for any other that are disclosed there, merely because he happens to have been cautioned. As far as I'm concerned, the caution related to the offences for which, in fact, he was being cautioned, but not something which would come to our notice or police's notice later.
Did you know what the offences he was cautioned for? No. Mr. Collins' recollection is Post Office Act offences.
Yes, so I understand. I don't know. I didn't even know he was going to be cautioned.
Yeah. Can we look then at your decision or your interim note? And if we go, please, to page 25, which is part of the conclusion, the last page of your conclusions. No one can really support what the defendants have been doing. Why did you use the word defendants in inverted commas? Because they weren't defendants yet, until charged?
It's probably an easy way of explaining it. And probably something which my AD would understand.
But I consider that the police are making a storm in a teacup, as far as I can see, subject to one of the ciphered individuals above. No child has been affected by their group activities, and no one has been offended by seeing any obscene writing through the post. What was the storm in the teacup?
Just that, I think, taken in context.
Well, spell it out for us.
Well, I don't really know now what the reasons for putting that in were, but nevertheless, the post office employers had not seen it, as far as I was aware. It wasn't sent through the post, it wasn't collected from the post, and as far as this says, I think you just read it out that no children were affected by that.
So, well, the material was sent through the post, in fact, but be that as it may, no child has been affected by what?
Sorry, I don't know that it was sent through the post. I'm assuming it was.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen the material, but the envelope, I don't think, was sent through the post by Hayman. The briefcase wasn't sent through the post.
No, of course
not. It was
not.
Stuff which was perhaps contained within it, and so on. Sorry, you were going on to ask?
No child has been affected, and you said by that, and I'm trying to understand what you meant by that. What was no child affected by?
There was no evidence that a child was actually affected, apart from those who had their photographs taken in a much more general way.
You know, a question you will have heard the chair ask this morning. Did you agree with what Mr. Collins said, that at the time that we're talking about, in the late 70s, would photographs being taken of children, semi-naked, underwear, that sort of thing, and some naked, be regarded as a victimless crime in those days? In other words, would the interests of the children be disregarded?
They might be disregarded to an extent so far as the Post Office Act was concerned. It might alert the police to do more investigations into it. But so far as the Post Office Act, which is sending in indecent material through the post, and that's what we were looking at.
So because it was a Post Office Act offence, that's what you were looking at. No child had been affected by their group activities. What were the group activities that you had in mind in writing that?
I should think it's something to do with some of the evidence which is in the report about other people.
No one has been offended by seeing any obscene writing through the post. And so you carry on, in my view, a conspiracy to contravene the Post Office Act would be a misuse of the conspiracy procedure. Agree that substantive offences appears to have been committed within the time limit, although this must be checked. And what time limit were you talking about? Magistrates' court proceedings? Or a different time limit?
I'm not sure, without knowing the law now, as to whether there was a 6-month time period or not on it. As it's not a particularly big penalty offence.
And you say, but surely their action was, is that aimed purely at the private distribution of the letters?
Yes.
As opposed to an agreement to commit an offence for the purposes of, that should probably be disseminating material to all and sundry. Indeed, to prove a conspiracy may be difficult, as their activities seem to just grow, instead of there being a, was that concerted effort?
I can't see where you actually are at the moment.
I'm in the paragraph that begins, in my view, a conspiracy, and I've just come to the end of that paragraph. It's on the page 25, Mr. Launton. It's the third paragraph from the top.
Oh, I've got you. Yes, I've got you.
And it's the last word which has been struck through, in the last line, struck through, seems to be in capitals. Is that concerted?
Probably. I can't read it.
Was it your handwriting?
I don't know that it was, and it may have been somebody else's.
The post office.
This memo would have gone up to the director, it seems,
Yeah.
and therefore it might have been corrected by anybody on the way up.
The Post Office Act offence is very useful. If now some was out of date, as had they sent the letters by Red Star, there'd be no corresponding offence.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it was only to do with the post office.
Yeah, and what, Red Star didn't count?
Red Star wasn't post office.
It would be a novel idea in these circumstances to consider prosecuting Hayman under the Obscene Publications Act for passing obscene articles for gain, whether for himself or another, the other being the person whom he pays for the replies, as there's no evidence that he obtained money. Indeed, detailed evidence of money passing is sadly lacking. Only if required will I deal with the possible offences of aiding and abetting possession of obscene articles for gain, or of publishing, hard to read that, of which required, perhaps both of which would require proof of likely to deprive and corrupt those likely to see or read the articles. And then you consider, and I don't have to, living off immoral earnings. And then you say this finally, as it seems no harm has been done to anyone, I wonder whether any useful purpose would be served by prosecuting any of the defendants. But if proceedings are to be instituted, I suggest substantive charges under Section 11 of the Post Office Act for offences against each person who sent material through the post on the basis that they did so on a day between, say, the 15th of January and the 1st of November 1978, and if further charged against the same defendant are required on a day other than in charge one, in other words, to distinguish between each count. The above note is based upon the papers And what I've been told by the police, which rather suggests you'd had your conference by now, or at least one conference by now with them. But if you feel that any other offences are justified, I will write specifically on those. So, at the time, although you don't actually spell this out, were you looking at two parts of a test, really? First, in those days, characterised as was there a reasonable prospect of conviction? And secondly, was it in the public interest to prosecute? So were those two sides of the same coin, as it were, that you were looking at without spelling it out?
I don't think that the public interest side came into it. It was a question as to whether legally there was a realistic prospect of a conviction.
So whether the evidential test was satisfied. Yes. Who would decide on any public interest factors in those days?
Well, I think it would have been decided maybe by the AD. Maybe it may have gone up higher. It probably would have gone up higher.
Yeah.
Because of Heyman's background.
Now, we don't perhaps have to go back to it unless you wish to, but in your statement at page 4, you talk about you believing that Sir Thomas Hetherington, and I know what you say, that as director at the time he might not yet have been knighted.
Yes.
But in the second paragraph on page 4 of your witness statement, and if we want to go to it we can, you say, I believe that the director had a meeting with Sir David Napley. Just wait for you to get there. You've got that? Second paragraph on your...
on my...
Yours aren't paginated or all have paragraph numbers, but it's the 4th page in your case, and the 4th page of the inquiry reference. It's tab 2, 004 at the bottom.
Tab 2, yes. And it's page 4. Page 4, yes.
Second paragraph.
Second paragraph. I believe that the director, is that right?
Yep. Sir Thomas Hetherington
Yes.
had a meeting with Sir David Napley, but I don't know the date.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't asked to be present and knew nothing about it until it had taken place.
Yes.
Hence, I don't know the details discussed. I don't know who else attended.
Mm-hmm.
How did you find out about that meeting?
Not sure. I think I found out after it had taken place. That I was told that and I didn't have the file back, as far as I recall.
Was that a normal thing to have happened for a suspect solicitor to have a private meeting with the Director of Public Prosecutions to discuss the outcome?
I couldn't say. I couldn't say at all. He had, I suppose, the control over the DPP's office, and therefore had a right to make a final decision. So, and it would be up to him to decide whether or not he should have a meeting with Sir David Napley.
Would it be normal for nobody else to be present?
I personally would have thought somebody would have been present. I would have thought for this one I would have been present. I possessed the file, as you might say, or possessed the matter, and it would have been useful to have been there.
But you say you weren't.
I wasn't there. I wasn't invited. Now I don't even know what was discussed. I don't know whether the deputy director was present or principal assistant director was present, or what was discussed at all.
And I assume you've never seen a minute of that meeting. Ought there to have been a minute of that meeting?
I would have expected there to have been a minute. But I don't recall ever seeing one.
Mr. Norton, is it you're not prepared to say whether it would have been usual for the DPP to entertain the solicitor of a person about a charging decision?
I wasn't in that type of circle to know whether it was usual or not. Well, I would have thought I wouldn't know. I really wouldn't know.
You've...
I mean, I think nowadays it wouldn't be done.
Well, since that time, that's what I'm going to ask you. Since that time, you've had many years of experience within the DPP's office as well as within the CPS. You started in 1971. You moved over to the CPS in 1986. Had you ever had experience during those years, particularly when it was the DPP's office, of the DPP entertaining a suspect solicitor and, as it were, carving up a resolution to a particular case?
No.
No. You've heard Mr. Collins' account of and his approach and feelings about the fact that Hayman wasn't prosecuted whilst Wardell and it looks like Sewell were, who were a different social class. And his point is, well, if there were guidelines which dictated whether in these circumstances somebody should be prosecuted or not, why did they apply to Hayman but not apply to Wardell, who was a bus conductor? Do you have any views about that?
No, I can't.
You had clearly not heard anything about the £25,000
No.
bribe that Peter Hayman had offered both these officers, in effect, to drop any charges or to drop the investigation, he never being charged. And because Mr. Collins never reported it, you didn't know about it.
No.
Had you done so, what views might you have taken about whether that had amounted to perverting the course of justice?
If I thought that it was true, I'm not questioning Sergeant Collins's attitude, but if I thought that it was a genuine offer, then I think it should have been reported and gone up.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether it was.
Let's assume it was true, and let's assume both officers had reported it, both of them had made witness statements, the one corroborating the other, and at the same time, Hayman was being investigated for other offences, whether obscene publications, whether Post Office Act offences. Do you think that that is something that would have been looked at seriously as first being a criminal act in itself, trying to bribe police officers, but also strengthening the evidence of the other offences?
Obviously, it would be looked at seriously.
Yeah.
Whether that would result in further investigation and the charges, I do not know.
Had he been convicted of perverting the course of justice by trying to bribe two police officers, £25,000 each, and we're talking about 1978. Today it's a lot of money, then it would have been an awful lot of money. Imprisonment would inevitably have followed, wouldn't it?
I would have thought probably.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know.
No, well, imprisonment's at large for an offence of perverting the course of justice, you will agree, because it is a common law offence. But trying to bribe a police officer, in effect, to stop an investigation, do you think would have resulted in a substantial sentence of imprisonment?
I think it's a possibility it would have done, but I really don't know. I can't answer questions like that. I'm not now studying that type of law.
Would you mind if we went back, please, to your note? And so we need to go back, please, to divider 4, CPS 004445. Page 25. Now, you tell us that following the meeting between Thomas Hetherington and Sir David Napley, you heard that Hayman wouldn't be prosecuted. Is that correct?
I think so. Yes, I think I think that's so.
How do you think you heard about it?
I have no idea.
Would it have been minuted, or would you
No,
have been
it
told?
might have been just my assistant director telling me. I have no idea.
You also understood, and I think I took this from your witness statement, that that decision was being taken because of the concern he might commit suicide.
That might be wrong, but that's what I tend to believe.
Because
of that.
Well, let's be clear about what you're saying. Did somebody tell you that the decision not to prosecute but to caution had been made because there were fears he might commit suicide?
No, I was never told that. I was not told the reasons for this.
So where did you get that from to
So
say?
the assumption at the bottom of my memo there.
Right. Well, let's look
And,
at the
and
memo.
that would have gone up, and that is what I assume. And then, because that came from Sir David Napley, and because Sir David Napley contacted the director, I rather assumed that that was going to be the point that's raised. It might not have been.
No.
That's what I assume.
Well, then that begs the question, you see, Mr. Norton, because you've accepted this is your handwriting at the bottom of this
Yes,
page.
it is.
And that's your signature.
Yes, it is.
And the date is the 21st of December, 1978. Can I just check that I've read this correctly, because it's your handwriting, not mine? Is the first word, the first letter I?
Yes.
I
am told by Sir David Napley
Yeah,
that Hayman has suicide tendencies because of this case.
when were you told by Sir David Napley?
No idea. I haven't got the file, so I wouldn't know.
But do you see, you say you weren't present at any meeting between Hetherington and Napley.
Yes.
When it appears an agreement had come to which resulted in the fact that he wasn't to be prosecuted, but to be cautioned instead. And we have a note by you in hand on this document, dated the 21st of December, which indicates that you yourself had a conversation with David Napley.
Yes, it does.
But when and in what circumstances?
I've no idea. He may have rung me.
But this note doesn't suggest that you were at that meeting. So
I wasn't at the meeting with Sir Thomas Hetherington and Napley, no.
So let's think about this. If David Napley had a meeting with Thomas Hetherington, at which something had been said to persuade the DPP that Hayman ought not to be prosecuted, what could it have been if not about his suicidal tendencies to
No
result
idea.
in a caution?
I had no idea. I wasn't there, so I wouldn't know what Napley raised.
Well, you must have thought about this note, Mr. Norton. I'm told by Sir David Napley that Hayman has suicidal tendencies because of this case. And I just want to see if I can press a little, because you must have thought, well, when on earth was I told that, and why was I told it? What was the purpose of me, Jeremy Norton, being told it? And that's what I want to ask you.
I've no idea. The fact is that I was told that by Sir David Napley.
Face to face?
No, I don't recall ever meeting Sir David Napley on this matter at all.
What would its relevance have been for you to be... if a decision was made not to prosecute Hayman, at which you weren't present during the course of a meeting,
That's right.
what was the point in Napley repeating to you something he might already have said to Hetherington?
I don't know that he would have said that already to Hetherington. I think that that was put on before Napley saw Hetherington, because that is my minute, and it would have gone up to the assistant director. It would have been a waste of time sending that minute up to the assistant director at that time with all that on it. If a decision had already been made, which I didn't know about, but a decision had already been made, that Hayman was to be cautioned.
Do you remember Mr. Collins' evidence to us this morning that he himself had received a phone call from David Napley,
Yes.
who asked him who at the DPP's office was dealing with this?
Yes.
And although Collins knew it was you, he didn't want to land you in it by getting a surprise call.
That's right.
And so he said he would find out. Did Mr. Collins ever tip you off that David Napley was going to call the DPP's office to have a chat?
Not that I'm aware of. I can't remember it.
But if we look at what Mr. Collins told us and we look at the note that you've written, do you agree inferentially it rather suggests that perhaps that's what happened and David Napley actually spoke to you because you were dealing with the case and that's what he told you and you've noted it?
David Napley could have probably got my name from a number of places within the DPP's office and then spoken to me.
But do you agree the scenario that I have painted is also a possibility?
Well, it's a possibility, but I just don't know the answer.
Yeah. And if it is, it could suggest, Mr. Norton, that you were the first port of call in the DPP's office, that Sir David Napley called, told you that his client had suicidal tendencies because of this case, and it could be that information that led to his not being prosecuted. Do you understand what I'm asking you about? And I'm asking you whether anything, any conversation you had with David Napley, whether you took part in, participated in the decision not to prosecute.
No, I think I know what you're saying, but that is a note of, I think, a telephone call from Napley.
No.
And he was just informing me, if this is so, because I can't remember it anyway, that Heyman has suicidal tendencies because of the case, but it didn't take the matter any further towards a caution so far as I was concerned. And I don't think it would have done, because I sometimes tend to believe that those people who say they're going to commit suicide don't do so.
No.
It's the ones who don't say it
Exactly.
that do. And because of that, I might not have taken an enormous amount of notice on it unless I had received some evidence, which the director might have done, psychiatric evidence from Napley to show.
Well, that was my next question. It would have been remarkable, even in those days, for the word, even of somebody as distinguished as Sir David Napley, to have been taken on behalf of a third-party client, as it were, that he had suicidal tendencies, in order to arrive at an out-of-court disposal without psychiatric evidence of some description. Do you agree?
Probably partly I agree. It may well be that, as I wasn't there, I don't know whether the director obtained psychiatric evidence at all, but it's more likely, I suspect, that Napley might have brought some along, more likely than the director producing it. So it could have been that Napley produced some psychiatric evidence to say what his client was.
You
like.
Never saw any.
But I never saw
or
any
heard,
at all. Sorry?
Or heard of a psychiatric
Nope,
report.
never heard it at all.
Do you agree, looking at all the material, that not to prosecute was a highly charitable decision?
I don't know. It depends on how forcefully it is put by Sir David Napley.
Do you agree, in light of what Mr. Collins told us about Wardell and the other chap on the one hand, and Heyman on the other, that the favourable or relatively favourable outcome in Heyman's case was one that showed, or potentially showed, undue deference to a man in a powerful position?
I don't know. I wasn't responsible, as far as I know, for the prosecutions of those two people. The taller they are, the harder they fall, and Heyman was fairly tall in the respect of the sort of diplomatic side of it. So therefore, he had a lot to lose. I'm not saying the others didn't, but he had a lot to lose if he was going to be prosecuted.
Well, everybody has a lot to lose. It's just relative, isn't it?
It is indeed.
You agree, I'm sure, that in those days a caution involved the admission of the offence. Is that correct?
Yes, and if the caution were refused, then the person would be prosecuted.
Yes.
That's the alternative to it.
It's 3:15, Mr. Naunton. I haven't got very much more for you, but I'm going to invite the chair and panel to have a break, if you don't mind, and I won't be much longer with you once we come back. So can I suggest 3:30, please? Thank you very much. Just a few more things, please, Mr. Naunton. Do you still have open your note, your interim note? Tab 4, CPS 004445 at page 22.
Yes.
Can we just have a very quick, and I mean a very quick look at what you said about the defendants? With Heyman, he'd admitted the initiating packet found on the bus was sent by him to a post office in Lancashire and was sent back to him. Is that correct? If you look at the foot of page 22, under the heading The Defendants and then Heyman.
22, first page.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so there was, by way of example, correspondence by post. At the top of the next page, in passing, on the 24th of October 78, police visited Heyman, now knowing his identity due to a briefcase, RB1, being found in St James's Park, which contained obscene writings and photos similar to those found in the flat. So clearly you had some more information about the second find at that time. And then under point 2, the name is redacted. Another individual admitted that it had come from him, also admitted that he had written a vast amount of obscene letters to Henderson, and clearly those had been sent by way of post. Over the page, please, if you would, to our page 24. Ciphered individual, WMF24, age 70, admits being a member of PI, writing to, and that individual was shown some of the writings from Henderson's book and admitted that he did them. Henderson sent his obscene things to comment on, and this WM24 did and sent them back. And then Wardell admits corresponding with Henderson regularly up to February this year. Put an advert in Pie's magazine, got a reply from Henderson, and like others would receive from Henderson various obscene stories and send them back with observations. And then Sewell, after initial denials, admitted that a letter found in Henderson's volumes of books were his, and one could read on. Therefore, there was evidence of items going through the post to these various individuals and between them. Do you agree?
Yes, sounds like it.
Now, do you remember just before we broke, one of the questions I asked you was whether in Heyman's case, what we were actually seeing was undue deference being shown to him because of his position. And as I recall it, you said something along the lines of, the taller they are, the harder they fall, and Heyman was particularly tall. Is that right?
Metaphorically.
Of course.
But so far as that is concerned, we had got, I think, a definite thought that he would commit suicide.
Right.
That is, if Napley pursued that particular one in accordance with what I believe was his telephone call to me, which presumably the others hadn't said. So therefore, that might have been the consequences.
Yeah.
The minute which you're referring to was not written for the director, it was written for my assistant director, and he then, of course, could send it up to wherever he wanted to, but it was not written for the director.
May I ask you this, though, that if that was a factor, would it have been a legitimate one? In other words, to make a decision which showed undue deference to somebody because of his position in society?
I don't think it's because of that. I think it's because of the seriousness that he might commit suicide. Mm-hmm. And he might commit suicide because of his position in society.
Can I show you something, please, which you won't have seen before? But it's a report in the Times written by somebody called Ronald Butt. And this was a report of the 26th of March 1981, just after Geoffrey Dickens made his disclosures in Parliament. And I wonder if that can go up on screen, please. And if the central column can be expanded. Just above that, I think. There is no dispute. Can you see the central column which has been highlighted?
Yes, there is no dispute.
There is no dispute by Sir Peter Heyman's solicitor, Sir David Napley, that his client was involved, and this is all about Heyman, that his client was involved in passing pornography illegally through the mail. Sir David's justification of the DPP's decision not to prosecute was on the quite different grounds that a customary factor taken into account when deciding whether to prosecute was, quote, whether the indirect punishment and hardship which a defendant may suffer is likely to be so disproportionate to the severity of the alleged offence and to any penalty imposed by a court that it would be unjust to prosecute. This, Sir David asserted, was overwhelmingly the situation in Sir Peter's case and manifestly justifies the director's decision. On the contrary, far from justifying the DPP's decision, the excuse condemns it. If a man is to be excused, the due processes of law, other things being equal, because he is well known, then we are indeed in a two-nation society. Now, directly at least, Sir David Napley in that quoted part doesn't refer to any of the suicidal tendencies, which was a factor, but seems implicitly at least, if not explicitly, referring to his position, and that's the way the author of this report took it. Anything you want to say about that?
I don't know. I've no idea about it because I wasn't at that meeting, so I don't know whether, in fact, Sir David did refer to these things to the director, and the director took them on board. I don't know.
Clearly, that's what Sir David Napley, if it was accurately quoted, told Mr. Butt, and that's how Mr. Butt reported David Napley in 1981, describing the nature of the decision that was made in Hayman's case. But you say you know nothing about that.
I know nothing about the decision they make.
A couple of other things then. Do you know anything about Hayman's name being kept out of the Wardell trial?
No, nothing at all.
Were you aware of the Attorney General's position on the Hayman case, if he had one?
No.
And that was Michael Havers. He was attorney at the time, would that be right?
I have no knowledge about the attorney being informed or consulted.
No. But do you agree it was Michael Havers at that time?
I can't remember. It may well have been, but I can't remember.
Finally this, please. Tab 5, something we've not looked at before. It's a private eye article, something I asked Mr. Collins about, and I'd just like to ask you about it finally. 24th of October 1980, the first of a couple of articles Private Eye wrote in relation to Peter Hayman. And right at the bottom, it's HOM002200. Right at the bottom, you'll see the article says the decision not to prosecute Hayman, who was certainly as guilty as these two unfortunates, which is a reference to Wardell and probably Sewell, came from high up, much to the disgust of the DPP Tony Hetherington's aides and also the policemen involved in the case. They were told that this was no reflection on the evidence, and indeed at one stage Hayman appears to have been cautioned, also warned not to send obscene material through the post again. Do you have any idea who the aide, the DPP's aide was, who was disgusted?
No, I don't.
Were
The aides, it's plural, isn't it?
Yes, all right.
I don't know.
Were you one of them?
Not that I know of.
And were you disgusted by the decision?
I was only concerned, as I said earlier, that I wasn't present because it was my case. I wasn't able to make any notes about what was being said or anything else. That's all.
Did you register that concern?
No, it was, in my opinion, it was up to the director to have whatever meetings he wanted to have. It wasn't for me. It would be impertinent for me to question what he was doing. I wasn't that high up the chain at that time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Norton. That's all I ask. I'll see if the chair and panel have any questions.
No, thank you, but no questions.
Thank you for coming,
Thank you
Mr.
very
Norton. Thank you. Gregor McGill, please.
Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Your name, please.
Gregor Anthony McGill.
Mr. McGill, tell us what you do, please, by way of occupation.
I am a qualified solicitor and I'm currently Director of Legal Services at the Crown Prosecution Service.
Which you've been, I think, since January 2016.
That's right.
Not the first time you've given evidence in this inquiry.
Indeed.
You have provided, for the purposes of this investigation, two statements. One dated the 3rd of January 1919, CPS 004659, which I'm going to adduce in full, and one dated the 28th of January 2019, CPS 004666, which I also invite to be adduced in full. The first, in essence, deals with the Montague case, the second with the Hayman case.
That's right.
Before we go to the detail of the Montague case, can I just ask you about something you've helped us with in the past, but in very short measure in this instance, for a reason I'll come to later. Can you go, please, to page 5, your paragraph 29 of your first witness statement, CPS 004659?
Yes, I have it.
Just to help us with a couple of things on the law of corroboration as it applied in the 1970s, in particular by reference to your paragraphs 29 and 30. And do you say this, and I'm going to lead you on it so that,
Thank you.
just to save a little time, was the position in 1970 that in general the evidence of one competent witness was enough to support a verdict, except in cases of perjury, but there were statutory exceptions to the general rule, which included some sexual cases where there was a requirement for corroboration before a defendant could be convicted?
That's correct.
So, for example, your paragraph 30, there was a statutory requirement for corroboration of unsworn evidence of children, and the practice for the sworn evidence of children, Section 38 of the Children and Young Persons Act 1933 rendered admissible the evidence of a child of tender years, though not given on oath, provided that there would be no conviction unless that child's evidence was corroborated by some other material evidence implicating the defendant. And where a complainant's evidence was given on oath, corroboration was not essential in law, but was an established practice, the lack of which rendered a conviction unsafe if a judicial warning was not given about the if there was a lack of corroboration, that it would be unsafe to convict.
That's right.
Now, paragraph 32, you say, in addition to the statutory requirement, and this is where you deal with it, the long-established practice, judges obliged to warn juries to exercise additional caution when considering convicting a person of a sexual offence, irrespective of age or gender of the complainant, on the basis of uncorroborated evidence. And paragraph 33, the judge would point out what evidence in law was capable of being corroborative.
That's right.
And paragraph 34, on the next page at the top, corroboration was therefore looked for, and juries had to be warned of the dangers of acting without it in all cases of sexual offences, irrespective of age or gender.
Yes, that's right.
And one other feature, please, of this, if we go to page 7 of your first statement, what could or could not amount to corroboration, and then the second head, could evidence of other unproven allegations amount to corroboration? There you deal with, and I'm going to shorten this, whether evidence of what we call similar fact, in other words, between two sets of alleged offences, which were unrelated, and in the absence of collusion between each other, the one could prove the other or amount to corroborative evidence sufficient to go to a jury.
Yes.
And so that's what you deal with there.
Yes.
The statement is adduced, and therefore I'm not going to propose to go through that, but I'll come back to touch on it a little later. Can we therefore please look at the statements, and in particular the Montague chronology?
Yes.
And you begin, if we go back in this statement to paragraph 18, which is on page 3, and you set out a table which I think you have got, Mr. McGill, principally from a file which had been recovered. Is that right?
That's right.
And if you want to keep with your statement, and if we turn to the file, please, which we haven't looked at before, which is to be found in two places, really. First of all, tab 8, CPS 004383. And these are 2 pages. Oh, no. I'd like this adduced in full, please. CPS 004383. Can we put it up on the screen, please? Thank you. And here we have a letter dated the 24th of November 1972 to the director then at Buckingham Gate in respect of Alexander Montague, indecent assault. And this is the letter submitting the file, and it comes from the Chief Constable of Dorset and Bournemouth Constabulary.
That's correct.
And over the page, we find on the 29th of November, so 5 days later, but I can tell you, Mr. McGill, if you don't already know, the 24th of November, the date of submission was a Friday, and so the 29th was the Wednesday of the following week.
Right.
A letter goes back from the DPP's office. We don't know who signed it off. But, dear sir, consider the report sent with your letter dated the 24th of November. In my opinion, this case can properly be dealt with by way of a caution. The assaults which are admitted, and these related to a young boy who had made complaints against Montague of various indecent assaults, are not of themselves very serious, and if Mr. Montague is prepared to take the excellent advice given to him by Detective Chief Inspector Newman and avoid any contact with the boy in the future, I don't think that proceedings are called for. So that, as it were, brackets the dates of the submission of the file to the date of the decision, in effect, 3 working days at the most. Do you agree?
It would appear to be,
Yeah.
yes. I'll take it from you, Mr. Altman, yes.
That's very kind of you, Mr. McGill. And on in the next tab, tab 9, which I seek to adduce in full, is the Montague file, which has been recovered from the National Archives, CPS 003345. And if we take it from your table at the same time, we've seen the date of submission. You say in your statement, and we'll pick up on certain things in the file in a moment, between the 24th and the 27th of November, the CPS opened the case file in respect of Montague, who was then aged 66. The offences under consideration were indecent assault of a boy.
Yes.
On the 28th, which was the Tuesday of the next week, you say the front page of the file on the transit chart, and I'm not sure we've got this as part of this file, records that the file was passed to A/D South. Would that be Assistant Director?
I'm not entirely conversant with the workings of the previous DPP's
No.
office, but from the previous witness,
Yeah.
he seemed to indicate that AD stood for Assistant
Yeah.
Director.
So it could be the Assistant Director, and South presumably being his name,
Or it could be
Or a
Assistant
division.
Director for the South.
or for the South.
I
So
don't
it's
know.
one of the two. But to whom it was allocated, and then also to A/DC, whoever that was.
Yeah.
And you say that there is a single page handwritten review, and we should have that open on page 3. So if we turn to page 3 of this document, please. And this has got 2 dates on it, and let's see if we can read through it together. 1 or 2 words are a little difficult to decipher, and maybe you can help, I don't know. But it begins at the top, does it not, Mr. McGill?
It does.
Victor Montague, ex-Earl of Sandwich, all allegations are by one boy aged 10,
Yes.
son of a worker on the estate. Montague has admitted outwardly, is that the word? I couldn't quite decipher that one.
I think it probably is. It seems to read outwardly all that the boy says.
Yeah, all that the boy says, but says that there was no sex in it. At 66, he's past sex. Mr. Henderson says virtually. That's probably more like it. So admitted virtually all that the boy says. That makes more sense. 66 past sex. The assaults consisted in the main of something in the nude, something and wrestling in the nude.
Something and wrestling in the nude, I read that as.
Yeah. Romping, and wrestling in the nude. But there were occasions when Montague kissed the boy's penis.
Yes.
The case is a bit bedevilled by the relationship
In a rural community.
Of employer and employee, though the latter says he is something to leave the estate, prepared to leave the estate, which Montague says is quite difficult to read. And it continues something about the boy's father. And in any case, he is prepared to leave the management to his own son. The affair came to the notice of the police through
Rumours, I think.
yes, rumours. Several other employees have got the idea of what was going on, borderline, but with a man of previous good character and no fear of repetition with this boy, I think he could
We could caution.
or I think we could caution. So that seems to be the decision. And you noted in your table that on the 29th of November, file was passed to A.D. Smith, and on the same file note, and we see that, beneath the signature, a further note says, I agree. So the the memorandum is itself dated the 28th of January by A.D. South, and the decision in agreement with it is signed off the Wednesday, the 29th of November 1972. And we saw the letter which got sent back to the constabulary confirming that that was the decision. In your statement, Mr. McGill, your paragraph 19 and onwards, you go through the facts. You say at your paragraph 21 that unfortunately there is nothing further to shed any light on the decision making. In this case, I also don't have the benefit of understanding what, if any, policies may have applied to offences of indecent assault or any caution guidance which may have been in place at the time.
That's right.
Do you think, and this is a question you were asked, of course, you'll remember well, in the Rochdale investigation about the turnaround of the submission of a file, in that case from Lancashire Constabulary to the DPP's office, and then a decision being turned around relatively quickly. We seem to have a similar circumstance here, but a much simpler case than the Cyril Smith case, which involved a number of complainants. Difficult perhaps for you to say, but do you think this looks a little quick?
The allegations are serious, as I point out in paragraph 24.
Yeah.
It's certainly, all I can say is it's certainly quicker than we would do it now.
Yeah.
Whether it was normal in the circumstances of 1978 to turn them around so quickly, I can't say.
Yeah.
But it's certainly quicker than we would do it now.
What was it, looking at your paragraph 22, that tipped the balance? I mean, this is the borderline section, but what tipped the balance in favour of a caution?
It looks like the decision maker appears to have concluded that Mr. Montague would not offend again, at least in respect of this complainant.
Yeah.
And the previous good character seems to have been a factor that played a part as well.
Yeah. and these were the days long before the Code for Crown Prosecutors. At the time, the test was one of reasonable prospect of conviction. That was the evidential test.
Yes.
Were public interest factors taken into account?
Well, if you look at my paragraph 13, the statement from Sir Thomas Hetherington, they talk about public interest, but they talk about public interest in a different way
Yeah.
than we talk about it today.
Yeah.
I simply don't know how they made their decision making in 1978. Certainly now, the public interest test is enshrined in the code.
Yes, of course. And in paragraph 13, it happens to be Sir Thomas Hetherington who explained the policy to the Royal Commission
Indeed.
in 1978 as being whether evidence is sufficient to justify proceedings and whether or not there is a reasonable prospect of conviction. These days it's realistic.
Yeah.
Whether, in other words, it seems rather more likely that there will be a conviction than an acquittal. Indeed, the very first regulations under which the Director of Public Prosecutions worked provided that he should prosecute wherever it appears that the offence or the circumstances of its commission is or are of such a character that a prosecution in respect thereof is required in the public interest. That's still the dominant consideration. Now there are all sorts of public interest factors.
There are.
That public interest factor seemed to be rather intermingled with the evidence test itself, whether there was a reasonable prospect.
Yes, and look, I read it, and it's difficult because it's not clear. Are they looking at the serious nature of the allegation, or are they looking at something else?
But certainly, this particular decision, which was described as borderline, appears based on two essential factors. First of all, that he was a man of previous good character, and secondly, that there was no fear of repetition with that boy. Looking at today, your paragraph 23, judged by it, perhaps one would arrive at a different decision, but by the standards of the day, what view do you have, your paragraph 23? Judged by the standards of the day.
Well, it's difficult because I haven't got a benchmark to judge it against, either the investigation or the decision making. Really,
Yeah.
all I can sort of compare it is how we would approach such a case today.
And how would we?
I would say we would approach it very differently. I set out in paragraph 24 what I think are the aggravating factors that would tend towards a prosecution in this case if we were looking at it now.
With a clear public interest?
With a clear public interest. And I set out in paragraph 24 what I think those clear public interest factors are.
Age, vulnerability of the complainants, the marked disparity in age between them, position of authority and trust, which Montague held. There was a grooming aspect to the interactions between them, and the fact that the contact occurred when both were naked and involved the touching of genitalia. In fact, if one were to go through the police report and the witness statements more accurately that are contained behind it, all of which are now adduced in evidence, we know that there were allegations of kissing, the touching of private parts, kissing of the boy's private parts,
Yes.
rubbing his penis, Montague on the boy's legs, holding the boy's hand against his penis. Do you think that Chief Inspector Newman was rather charitable towards Mr. Montague?
Well, I think it's certainly a different type of police report than we would get today.
Yeah. Paragraph 23, for example, just by way of example, we have on page 13 of CPS 003345 about just over halfway down that paragraph, rumour has it that Mr. Montague's second marriage wasn't consummated, and since that time he appears to have lived a lonely life, and it was thought that his interest in the boy was no more than fatherly. And the interesting feature is that we heard from Robert Montague this morning, who himself was abused for several years in the mid-50s, and he also felt that his father was using him as a substitute for his own mother, from whom he was separated. And this paragraph continues from his replies. I'm certain that he doesn't realise the seriousness of what has occurred, but when one considers that he has grandchildren of a similar age, and incidentally these grandchildren, together with the boy and other adults, were going to form a skiing party later this year, then perhaps some sympathy may be afforded him. Would he get much sympathy today?
No, I don't think that any credence would be given to any of that by any prosecutor now. we need to remember, I think, you've summarised it, Mr. Altman, that I think there were at least 4 allegations set out in the report.
At least.
At least.
And several occasions.
Yes.
And then 24, in fairness to the family, Mr. Montague has said that their position on the estate would not be jeopardised in any way. Arising out of this inquiry, and should Mr. Montague's eldest son take over the estate, then the father of the boy's employment would be furthered and he would guarantee this would be done. He also accepted my advice, and this is the Chief Inspector to the putative defendant, that the association with the boy should end immediately. I warned him that if it continued, my superiors would have to consider that the boy be brought before a juvenile committee for consideration of putting him into safe custody as being exposed to moral danger. He confirmed that the association would end as from that moment. In conversation, Montague mentioned he'd have to consider handing over the estate to the eldest son, as described above, and of course to eliminate death duties. A period of time has now come when he has already considered this. This too was also rumoured at Mapperton. And so it looks on the face of it, 2 things. Newman has given him advice which formed part of the director's decision, because that was what was written in the response letter of the 29th of November. And secondly, that if the activity continued, the boy would have to be put in safe custody rather than anything being done with Montague, which is remarkable.
It makes uncomfortable reading, yes.
Yeah.
Police reports now tend to be much more factual.
Yes, of course. Now, I asked you earlier about the issue of corroboration for this reason. We don't see the word corroboration appear anywhere, because on the face of it there was none, because it was just a series, when I say just, I don't mean to trivialise them, but a series of offences against one boy.
Mm-hmm.
And so the individual offences of one boy wouldn't corroborate each other. But if there were other boys who had complained of similar activity, and those were all investigated and potentially charged at the same time, they could, based, as I understand it, upon what you say about corroboration in that period of time, have potentially provided corroborative evidence. Is that right?
They could have done. Of course, in this case, you wouldn't be looking for corroboration because
No.
there appears to have been an admission.
True. There was at least a virtual admission, as we saw. But yes, I agree. But putting that to one side, but that didn't suffice for him to be prosecuted, did it, in this case?
No.
Because he was merely cautioned.
Yes, and the date of this was 72.
Yeah.
Going back to what we talked about before, the law on corroboration was still in a state of flux.
Yeah, and
at that
relative
stage.
infancy.
But potentially there were a line of cases that meant that you could
Yeah.
do that, yes.
Of course. But just thinking about it, of course, what the police and the DPP didn't know then was that Montague had been offending against his own son for several years, between around 1955 and 1961. But no action was taken by the family's doctor, who, we were told this morning, had interviewed him about it. And do you think, had he been investigated, Montague Senior, charged and convicted at the time or sometime thereafter, that might have made potentially a difference to the outcome of these offences?
I can't possibly comment about that.
Well,
Mr.
let's put
Warren.
it
That was
this way.
speculation. I don't know.
If he'd been convicted because the family had done something about it and reported it to the police, he couldn't have been advanced as a person of good character who shouldn't be prosecuted on this occasion.
That's certainly true.
And had the matter's been known about and investigated at the same time, let's say that the complaints that Robert Montague had made about his own father had come to the fore at this time, might they have been considered to amount to similar fact evidence as to have satisfied the requirement for corroboration?
Depending on the circumstances, yes, there's an argument they could have been, yes.
Thank you. Let's then move to the Peter Heyman file, if we can, please. This has already been adduced. It's your tab 10, and it's your second statement of the 28th of January, which is CPS 004666. You were in court for Mr. Norton's evidence, I think. Were you in court, I say court, the hearing room for Mr. Collins as well?
No, I caught the very last bit of it.
Yeah. Your paragraph 9, please, in your statements, page 2 of CPS 004666, please. You deal with the nature of the case there, and we can see what you say. It simply reiterates what we know. Paragraph 10, that a briefcase was found on a bus. Paragraph 11, you understood the correspondence which had passed between Heyman and others, is that right?
Yes.
And you have read through and understood that Sergeant Collins had submitted to the DPP's office, received by them, on the 7th of December 1978, a report. And you say at your paragraph 13, you understood from the police report that many of the obscenities within the correspondence referred to children, and that was correspondence which had presumably passed between Heyman, aka Henderson, and others, including photographs of children, although I think you found that they were described as normal snaps of children generally fully clothed, which are to be found in paragraphs 19 and 50 of Sergeant Collins' report.
We didn't have the photos, I don't think. I think it was just descriptions of what...
Mr. Norton didn't, certainly. Mr. Collins, I think, did. And then you have looked through Mr. Norton's interim note.
Yes.
At your paragraph 15, you set out the points which you derive from the Norton note. In paragraph 16, you understood from what he had to say that the offence under section 11 was becoming outdated at the time of the incident, and you make reference in your paragraph 17 to the handwritten addition to the note, about which I was asking Mr. Norton just before you came into the witness box, about his having a conversation with Sir David Napley about his suicidal tendencies. Your paragraph 18 dealt with, insofar as you were able to discern it, the policy that may have applied in the DPP's office to offences of sending obscene material through the post, not to prosecute where there had been a complaint from the recipient or the object of committing the offence was not for financial gain, so where there'd been no complaint and it hadn't been for financial gain but purely a private transaction between adults, etc., etc., then there was a policy. Did you know of any policy, or is this simply what you've taken from the papers you've read?
It's the latter. It's what I've taken from the papers that I read.
And so you summarise at your paragraph 19 that the DPP's office considered whether to prosecute these matters as an offence contrary to the Post Office Act, and in deciding against prosecution, it appeared to you the following were taken account of. First, at the time the offence was considered to be outdated. Second, that the offence was aimed at protecting post office employees and therefore the circulation of the material hadn't harmed those whom the Act was intended to protect. Third, the material was circulated to a group of like-minded adults who willingly made comments of an obscene nature upon the material. And fourth, there was no intention to gain financially from the material. And therefore, your paragraph 20, reasonable or unreasonable, if that had been the policy at the time not to prosecute?
Yeah. That's precisely it. I've tried to recreate it from what I've seen in the papers.
In relation to the alleged fantasy writings of Heyman in relation to children, was there anything that you could help us with about that from what you saw?
Well, we would look at it in a very different way now. Case law has moved on, and that material now would come within the definition of publish, because of the circumstances of this case and because of a case of Gavin Smith, which is, I think, referred to in the footnote 10 on the paragraph. We would be looking to expect our prosecutors to build a case and build a case around that and seek to prosecute this case now.
What about images? Sergeant Collins, in his report to the DPP's office, refers to the sending of and the finding of photographs, which included photographs of semi-naked children. The indications are that photographs that were found in St James's Park in a briefcase were those of boys aged about 8 to 11, just in their underpants. Other photographs appear to have been sent between individuals, including Heyman, of naked girls. Would those be looked at with a different eye today?
Well, they may be. It depends on the nature of the images, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And the way that the prosecutor has to look at them is to look at the images themselves. But the ultimate arbiter of whether they are indecent or not is ultimately the jury.
Should Mr Norton have looked at the exhibits before arriving at a decision or an interim decision?
I think it would be unwise to reach a decision without looking at the core material. That seems to me to be something that a prosecutor shouldn't probably do.
No. And even he must have accepted that there were limitations to what he could do because it was in the first line of his own minute that it was an interim note and he'd not seen the exhibit. So, as he's accepted, clearly it was in his mind then too.
Yes, and I think he said that it was an interim note because he hadn't seen the exhibits.
Now, you've become aware of the report behind tab 11. Mr McGill, if you go to that, we've seen it several times now. OHY 007089, and we've got selected passages from it, which I'd like, please, to be adduced in full. It ran to, in fact, 159 pages, but we've only selected about half a dozen. And you probably heard me read to Mr Norton that which appears on the third page in terms of the inquiry reference, but page 72 at the top, paragraph 153.
Yes, I have it.
A letter from Heyman to a David Grove talking about his desires for children and how he'd like to take matters further.
Yes.
Signed off by him as Peter Henderson. And do you think, looking at this, together with the fact that Heyman was clearly a member of PI, although Mr Norton in his minute records the fact that when spoken to under caution, Heyman claimed that he didn't subscribe to PI's views. Would that have given a measure of concern to anybody looking at the file that he had already been cautioned for offences which involved the correspondence by post of material, some of which involved children?
Yes, of course, what he had been cautioned about before was different. What this, I think, is material that I think I would characterise it as requiring further investigation.
Yeah.
So I think just because he'd been cautioned for something else wouldn't mean that he couldn't be investigated for this.
No.
And on the face of it, again, the allegations are serious.
The real point, I suppose, is this, that Sergeant Collins and indeed Mr Norton had arrived at the conclusion, probably Norton from Collins because of what Collins said, that some, if not most, of the writings about children were fantasy. And one can't help but think that part of the cautioning process, or at least the decision not to prosecute, was based on that. that conclusion. If what we're looking at here, which is a report which was compiled and submitted after Heyman was cautioned, was true, and if it's suggested, as is written, that Heyman in fact had paedophilic tendencies, which if you couple that with his membership of PI, despite what he said was right, then the caution, or at least the decision not to prosecute, was based on a completely wrong set of circumstances, potentially.
I think it's fair to say this seems to me to be a salutary reminder to all prosecutors that before making a decision, you need to have all the facts at your disposal before making the decision. Because if you do it too quickly, there could be material that may materially affect the decision you've made.
The irony of which is, of course, Mr. Naunton foresaw that himself, because you'll remember me putting to him that in his own note, he wrote about how making a decision in effect at that time he hoped wasn't a rod for their own backs. And one could look at this and suggest that that's exactly what this is. Yeah.
You could say that, yes.
The fact that the DPP's office, whether it was Mr. Naunton, the DPP himself, or both of them, separately or together, were told that Heyman had suicidal tendencies, which was clearly a factor on the face of it that was taken into account then in disposing of the matter by way of caution. Is that something that would be looked at as sympathetically today?
Well, Mr. Orban, I don't want you to consider me to be too cynical, but
I would never do that, Mr. McGill.
It's my experience that when people are arrested for serious offences, they often become suicidal. So I think any suggestion like that has to be treated with some scepticism. Faced with an allegation of that, today we would expect to see some medical evidence and support. And for a serious offence, we would probably ask for the suspect to be independently looked at by a psychiatrist on behalf of the prosecution. We wouldn't accept it at face value.
No. Thank you. Can I just, as it were, incorporate by reference, you deal under the head media reports, your paragraphs 25 to 30, with aspects of that. I'm not going to deal with that now through you, because it's simply confirmation I would seek of what you've said there, and so I'm not going to repeat that. But can I ask you, hopefully, if I can try and finish within the next few minutes. First of all, you've been asked to reconsider the evidence you gave and some of the documentation in the Rochdale investigation in light of some evidence we heard in the course of this investigation from Lord Jopling, who told us in a second statement that, and we'll find this in tab 15, which is INQ 004197, that approximately 50 years ago, this is his paragraph 3, during a private conversation with John Cobb, QC, later Sir John Cobb, told him in an informal capacity that he'd been asked by police or the DPP to look at papers regarding child abuse allegations against Cyril Smith, and that he added that after going through all the papers, he advised the police or the DPP that he didn't think there was evidence sufficiently strong to get a conviction. Now, without raking over everything that we went through in that investigation, all of which is written up in the report at paragraphs 46 and 48 of the Rochdale report, and it was something I mentioned to you earlier about the quick turnaround, all I think I can ask you is, when you looked at those papers and have perhaps revised and refreshed your memory when we've asked you to do so because of what Lord Jopling had to tell us, did you see any reference at all to the instruction of counsel?
No, if I had, I would have mentioned it.
And how likely is it, thinking about it, because again, without going to the actual documentation, the letters that passed between Lancashire Police in submitting the file and the DPP in coming back to Lancashire with a decision was between Friday the 13th of March 1970 and I think Monday the 16th of March 1970, when the file must have been received, and the letters indicate it was submitted, the file was submitted and received, and you'll remember the file was at least 80 pages thick, so it was quite a substantial file. And the decision was made the following week on Thursday the 19th of March 1970, with, as is clear, a weekend intervening. So a quick turnaround then. It's dealt with, as I say, in paragraphs 46 and 48 of the Rochdale report. So the likelihood in those days of counsel being briefed to advise in writing and turn it around that quickly, how likely do you think that might have been?
I simply don't know, Mr. Altman. It's speculation.
Yeah.
It could happen.
Yeah.
It could happen. I note that it says been asked by either the police or the DPP,
Yeah.
and I don't know the procedure back in the early 1970s, I think it was.
Yeah.
Whether the police could go to get their own informal advice. They did the investigation at that stage, and of course did the charging as well.
They did, except we know the papers had to go to the DPP because of the nature of the case.
Yes.
And we know that there was a lengthy report from Lancashire Police up to the DPP with no mention of the advice of counsel.
Yes.
And we know that there was no mention of counsel in anything passing between Lancashire Police and the DPP and in the opposite direction. So all we can say is we don't know. This is all we have.
Yeah, I saw nothing in the file to suggest that the matter went
Yeah.
out.
Last thing, please, Mr. McGill. Yesterday we heard evidence from a witness of the Secret Intelligence Service, MI6, who gave us some examples of cases that they have had to deal with under their current safeguarding policy, and indeed before they ever had one. And one of the cases he referred to, which he characterised as his case 2, which, if we can bring it up on screen, is INQ 003831 at page 3. Page 3. Do you see at the bottom there, in 2006, a substantial amount of pornographic material, including indecent photographs of children, was identified on a computer used by SAS staff. Material preserved, internal investigation conducted. And then over the page, the individual who was discovered, dismissed from SIS employment, charged with 2 counts of possessing indecent photographs of children. And the material was handed to the police and provided the necessary access and support to the prosecution. And then, letter C, ultimately the prosecutor decided to offer no evidence against the defendant following an abuse of process application. SIS was not involved in that decision and wrote to the CPS to express disappointment at the outcome. Now, I'm just going to ask a general question. If there has been an abuse of process application which has succeeded, that would tend to indicate the defence had made an argument that it was unfair to try the defendant or he couldn't get a fair trial. Those are the 2 limbs. Mm-hmm. And if the judge acceded to it, then the indictment is stayed.
Yes.
And it can't proceed unless the prosecutor decides to go to the Court of Appeal to treat it as a terminating ruling, and the Court of Appeal, if they were minded to, says the judge got it wrong, the case is sent back and the defendant is tried. So that, in a nutshell, would be the process. Mm-hmm. If the Court of Appeal found against the prosecution, appealing on a terminating ruling, then that would be an end of it.
Yes.
And the defendant would remain effectively acquitted.
Yes.
But SIS here say that nonetheless they wrote to express their disappointment at the outcome. So what I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. McGill, and you're alive to this, is if you would kindly, when you leave us, see if you can find out what happened in that particular case from the CPS point of view, and what passed between you by way of correspondence, and if you would, and I'm sure we can help behind the scenes to give you more information that you need, and write a short statement about it to us.
I'm happy to do that.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to make those inquiries.
Thank you. Chair, those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Ms Sharpling has a question.
Thank you, Mr McGill. Just a couple of questions. I apologise if they appear slightly hypothetical, and if you could just bear with me for a moment. I want to talk about the decision in the Hayman case, if I may.
Yes.
We know now that Mr. Hayman was cautioned in relation to an offence or offences under the Post Office Act. In Mr. Norton's interim report, there's clearly a reference to other defendants. Do you know what happened to those other defendants?
I don't know.
If, for example, those other defendants, one or two of them, were charged with offences under the Post Office Act and Mr. Hayman was given a caution, would that give you any concern about the decision to caution Mr. Hayman in the first place?
I think it all depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the individual circumstance of each suspect. So there could be individual circumstances in which we are provided with information that may enable us to differentiate between suspects.
Would the seriousness of the material in the correspondence have an effect on that decision?
It could do.
That's not one of the references I think that's made in Mr. Norton's report, though, is it?
No,
the seriousness of the material.
No, but it could do. It depends on a number of factors. The prosecutor would have to look at the matter in the round and work out the criminality and ask themselves whether the cautioning guidance is satisfied and whether a caution is an appropriate disposal in the circumstances. Of course, everyone should be treated in the same way.
I understand. And secondly, if no action was taken in relation to the other defendants at all, then it looks as if Mr. Hayman came off worse by getting a caution.
If that's the case, yes.
I see. Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGill. Subject to that, and that's an end of your evidence. So thank you for assisting us once again.
Thank you.
And Chair, thank you very much, Mr. McGill. Chair, that is all the evidence for today, and all the evidence, at least live and adduced, I think. Is there any more to be adduced? No. In this investigation, and we are not sitting tomorrow and resume at 10 o'clock for closing statements, but I'm getting stage whispers to my right that there might be a few more documents to adduce first thing on Friday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll reconvene on Friday.